This broadcast is copywritten by the SAGU Sports Network for the private use of our audience. Any other use of the broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the SAGU Sports Network consent is prohibited.
Welcome to the SAGU Sports Network. I am Adam Percy, joined by my broadcast partner, Tim Roberts. Tim, we're live from Lumpkin Stadium here in beautiful Waxahachie, Texas. It's October. We're getting into the fall. It's football season. It feels like it's here.
Yeah, I mean, it's right in the thick of it now. I mean, every game matters for what this season's going to be. You know, teams fighting for playoff positioning, teams fighting just to define their season. You know, this is what determines whether or not you look back on 2022 fondly or not these last few weeks.
Absolutely, and we'd like to think it's a crisp fall day, but down here in Texas, you don't really get the feel of football season, but we'll see what it's like here in just a little bit. You talk about playoff positioning. Every week we talk about these NAIA top 25 teams, and there's been a lot of a jostling of position here. Let's go over some of the games that happened last weekend and what we're looking at going forward. Let's start with probably the biggest matchup of the weekend was number 7 Indiana Wesleyan playing Marion with a win, 17-10. Marion entered this game, get this, 57 points a game entering this game, just putting up 10. Really, really good job at Indiana Wesleyan. Markel Stevens-Peppers, 5 catches, 132 yards, 26 yards a catch, and then Indiana Wesleyan moves up to number 5. Marion drops to number 10. Tim, walk us through College of Idaho and Montana Tech.
Yeah, I mean, that was another big top 20 matchup. Number 9, College of Idaho taking on Montana Tech. Beat them by 3 points, so 27-24. So, again, these matchups are as close as they look. College of Idaho was 50% on 3rd and 4th down, so kept a lot of drives alive. That win moved them to number 7 overall, where Indiana Wesleyan has been. Meanwhile, Montana Tech drops down to number 25. So, in the extreme danger zone now it's going to take some work to get them back in playoff position.
Of course, we talk about the top 16 teams where you need to be if you're not winning a conference to be in that top 16 to make the playoffs. So at 25, a lot of work to be done for Montana Tech. We'll move on to former number 25, Kaiser, defeating number 16, St. Thomas. Big upset, 36-21. This is about as ugly of a game as you can see. Rain, torrential downpour. It was crazy. Both running backs for either team, 170 yards on the ground for either one of the running backs. And Tim, in those games where it's muddy and it's gross and it's wet, you got to rely on that run game.
Absolutely. And it's worth noting for Kaiser, they have 3 losses. All of those are against NCAA teams, either high D2 or FCS. So they stacked a bunch of losses early. They're putting together these big wins late. They're number 20 now. And if they can keep winning out, then they have the resume to say, hey, make us an at-large. Don't look at those 3 losses. Look at those as almost exhibition games. We've cleaned house in the NAIA. NAIA, let us in the playoffs and prove what we can do.
St. Thomas down to number 23, and if you're not in that top 16, what Kaiser is doing, where they are right now, you got to think they're in the best position of anybody on the outside looking in with the way they've been playing.
Absolutely, because their entire resume is being defined right now because of how the season started.
Yep. Move on. Let's talk about Bethel.
Yeah, Bethel takes on number 6 Southwestern, another top 10 team that goes down 31-23, another essentially one-score game. The quarterback for Bethel, DJ Sears, had 259 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and how's this? 67 yards on the ground as well. So a little bit of mixing it in both ways, over 300 total yards altogether. So a great win for Bethel to really establish their playoff positioning. As we keep on talking about, there's that chance of a Bethel versus Bethel playoff game.
You want it so bad.
We've all got our fingers crossed, just for the heck of it. That'd be amazing.
Bethel playoff game. I would love the opportunity to see one of those. Let's move on. We can't talk about the top 25 here in the NAIA without talking about Morningside. Joe Dolanchek, pretty decent game, 8 touchdowns in the first half.
I had him in my fantasy team, my NAIA fantasy team, in case you're wondering.
8 touchdowns in the first half is unbelievable. I love my quarterback play, so seeing that makes me happy. Best player in the country, in the most important position in the sport. Joe Dolanchek is just going off. They beat Hastings 70-17.
And it's worth noting, Hastings was receiving votes. This is not a team that's 0-7, easy pickings. That is just how good There's a reason why when we picked at the end of the year, we're picking Morningside, and we got kind of rigged for, hey, take a risk. Until Morningside doesn't win a game by 50, it's not worth taking the risk.
When somebody accuses you of taking chalk, usually the chalk is not this dominant, but Morningside is that dominant.
This is like jumbo chalk for sidewalks. That's what they are. So now for this week, Bethel is taking on number 24, Avila. That's a number 9 versus number 24. Avila, of course, lost. Is coming off the big upset, actually, over Kansas Wesleyan, who's now unranked. This is the first time Avila's been inside the coaches poll this year, so they're edging up at the right time. They've had a pretty friendly schedule after this as well. 4 of their teams remaining have losing records, so there's so much still to be decided. A win by Avila could give them that shot at large berth. Meanwhile, Bethel trying to lock it in. Again, Bethel versus Bethel.
Bethel already up 7-0.
Okay, up 7-0.
So they kicked off before we were going here. So that game is well underway. So we'll keep an eye on that one as we go through our pregame and during the game here on the SAGU Sports Network. Talking about the Sooner Athletic Conference, which we'll talk about here in a little bit more in a little bit. Langston versus Texas Wesleyan. Number 20 Langston versus number 19 Texas Wesleyan. A huge matchup in the Sooner. I don't want to give too much away because we're going to be talking pretty in depth about what the Sooner looks like the rest of the year. One of only 2 matchups with both teams in the top 25 this week. So last week we got a bunch of really closely contested top 5 versus number 7 matchups. It's a little bit more widespread this week. A win by Texas Wesleyan would create a 3-way tie again. Spoiler alert, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. And then number 22 Waldorf versus number 26 Dickinson State. The winner of that game really is looking real pretty for the North Star Athletic Conference Championship and one of those NAIA playoff berths.
Yeah, and the North Star can kind of be, kicked around sometimes, and because of that, it is very important to be inside, because you have to be inside the top 20 as a conference winner to have that shot. So one of these teams has to win out. If they win the conference but they lose out or they lose another game, they probably won't get that playoff spot. They'll be replaced by one of these at-large bids.
Definitely a big game again, Waldorf, number 22 Waldorf versus number 26 Dickinson State. And then lastly, a game that's already finished, Marion, number 10, we talked about them earlier. Versus St. Francis, 30-10. Marion beat St. Francis. They had to come back after losing to Indiana Wesleyan, and they did. Now, an at-large bid for St. Francis is still in play. It was in
after
play.
Today, yeah.
After that loss, it's going to be tough for St. Francis. You're at the point in the season where losses hurt.
Yeah, and a great bounce-back win for Marion, obviously, to stay right there at the top of the pack and easily in playoff positioning.
Now we're going to take it down a notch here. We're going to go down to our field reporter, Jazz Williams, to get a feel of what it's like down there on the turf here at Lumpkin Stadium. Jazz, down to you.
A warm, sunny day of college football is ahead of us as the Lions prepare to face the OPSU Aggies from Goodwell, Oklahoma at Lumpkin Stadium. Despite the cloud coverage, it is still going to be hot on this turf, reaching up to 90 degrees. A little bit of rain anticipated today, but the wind, as you can see, will be coming in strong, moving from right to left on your screen, which could affect special teams today as it did 2 games ago. That's all from the field. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Jazz. As you see, it's not a cool day here in Waxahachie. The wind is definitely blowing, but it is a hot wind. It's a good time to be a SAGU fan. As you can see behind me, the Lady Lions, I'm blocking a score here a little bit. They won set 1, 25-7, I believe is what it was, and they're up 13-9 here in set 2. Not just the SAGU Lady Lions volleyball, the undefeated 21-0 SAGU Lady Lions volleyball, and might I just say, despite what the rankings say, the best team in the nation, Lady Lions.
They are looking absolutely great. They're going up against an OPSU team. Again, we got 2 OPSU SAGU matchups today, both here in Lumpkin Stadium and up there in the Panhandle of Oklahoma, who's no slouch. They are right in the middle of the pack of the Sooner Athletic Conference, and they have just been having their way with team after team this year. Can't say enough about that Hank Moore squad, and a lot more to see from them this year as they earn that much-deserved respect
and
for the rest of the year.
A win today, we confirmed before broadcast today, a win today would tie the all-time winning streak in a single season for this Lady Lions for SAGU's squad. So a lot to be proud about for Hank Moore. Now, it's not a very long-standing record. They had 21 in 2018, so it's only 4 years. But Hank Moore, really, really good job the last few years with this Lady Lions squad. And I talked to him frequently. He was a professor of mine when I attended SAGU. I talked to him frequently about how he thinks his teams are going, and he kind of gives the cliche answers. We got a solid squad, we have a good team. When I talked to him before this season, it was different.
Yeah.
He legitimately believes they have the best team in the country and are on their way to an NAIA championship.
And somebody's got to stop them. And so far, no one has. And not only that, recently, they haven't been seeing many set 4s, let alone a set 5. They've been sweeping left and right.
They're not just good, they're very good.
Yeah.
Rarely dropping sets, just a very disciplined team. And it's been a lot of fun to watch. I've been a huge volleyball fan all my life, so I've been keeping up with the Lady Lions. It's been a lot of fun to watch. Okay, back to football. We celebrate volleyball. They deserve the recognition, and we want to give it to them. Back to football here. Last week in the Sooner Athletic Conference, Tim, I wouldn't call it closely contested.
No, not a ton of thrillers. We talked about those 3-point games, 8-point games in the NAIA. This was not close. Yeah. I did the math, and it was really tough because I had to add 5 different numbers together. The losing teams last week in the Sooner combined for 32 points. The losing teams combined wouldn't have beaten Texas Wesleyan, who scored the least points as a winner at 35. Wasn't a week of thrilling football, for sure, in the Sooner Athletic Conference. A separation week, though. It was a lot of the top tier playing the mid and bottom tier, and you can see the separation clearly developing as the cream rises to the top at the end of this season. OUAZ blasted Texas College 56-0. SAGU, unfortunately, fell to Texas Wesleyan 35-0. Arizona Christian, they put it together after a slow start.
Yes, they
put
did.
It together. 60-8 over Lions, they can put up a good game. Louisiana Christian, great win, 48-14 over Arkansas Baptist. And these Aggies right here had a pretty substantial win last week against Wayland Baptist.
Yes, they did. Absolutely.
38-10.
4 straight wins for this Aggies team. Again, we're gonna talk a little bit about them later, but right now it's time for one of my favorite things that happens maybe once or twice on these broadcasts. It's Tim breaking down numbers and scenarios. Just wait, folks, as he's gonna walk us through some of this Sooner. We're getting to the point of the year where the Sooner Athletic Conference is starting to take shape.
Yeah.
It's not clear yet, and there is a lot that can happen over the next 3 or 4 weeks. Tim, walk us through this.
And I'm not going to – last year, I think I might have said some guarantees. Like, I think this is it. It never was it. I feel like I need a touch screen. It's like election season. I need to, like, zoom in to parts of Iowa and break down these scenarios. Here are the simple scenarios, though. I'm not going to get into what if there's 12 crazy upsets, which we know there can be. Most simply, the Spirit out of Ottawa, Arizona, and the Lions out of Langston control their own destiny. Now, the Spirit have the inside track. They only have 3 conference games remaining. Meanwhile, Langston has 5 games remaining, all against great teams. Texas Wesleyan today, Ottawa, Arizona next week, Louisiana Christian, Arizona Christian, and then here at SAGU to finish the year up. Either way, if either of those teams win out, they win the conference because they play each other next week. That could be the deciding game to basically almost essentially the playoff game. Texas Wesleyan is not out of it. They are number 19, but they do not control their own destiny. If they win out, Ottawa, Arizona has to lose one more game. Their easiest scenario is win out, beat Langston today, and then have Langston go and upset the Spirit next week. If that happens, Texas Wesleyan claims it. I do want to say, however, Texas Wesleyan is not out of the conversation when it comes to an at-large bid. They're number 19 overall in the NAIA right now. If they were to win out, and those would feature wins over Langston, then some really easy games to close it out. But if your only loss is, I think it was a 4-point loss or a 6-point loss to Ottawa, Arizona, you've got a real good shot in that large. This is it, though. This is your upper tier. Almost certainly one of these three teams will win. I want to say, let's not worry about it. One of these three teams will win. Ottawa, Arizona, even though they have the loss, I still think has the inside track because I think they're better than Langston overall. We'll see how that plays out next week. We'll see how Langston, Texas Wesleyan plays out. Either of those teams lose, it could get crazy. The one thing we can't have is we cannot have a three-way tie with one loss apiece.
Right.
Any three-way tie that gets into crazy secondary, tertiary tiebreakers would involve two losses, which I'm not even going to fry my brain on those scenarios
Not unless you have to.
Not unless I have to. We'll check back here in November in a couple of weeks when we come back, and if I have to break those down to get really interesting. But yeah, this is your basic setup. One of these three teams is going to win the conference. These two teams control their own destiny. Texas Wesleyan needs to win out and get a little bit of help, but not a ton of help. They need to win out and just have Langston beat Ottawa, Arizona. That's not impossible. That's not crazy.
Absolutely not.
And we know any of these teams on the right week can stun any of these teams. That's the way this conference works. So.
And it's wild because you and I have talked about who we think the best team in the conference is. We both are of the belief that Texas Wesleyan is probably the best team in this conference, and they're on the outside looking in.
Yeah,
right now.
And that's why I think they deserve a spot if they win out regardless as an at-large bid. I think that loss to Ottawa, Arizona, if you played that game 10 times, they'd have won it 7. So I think it was just an unfortunate loss. But, we could see two Sooner teams in the playoffs if the chips fall the right way and the voters vote the right way. So
and for a conference that is trying to get a little bit of respect across the country, 2 playoff teams gets you some of that respect. So we'll keep a close eye on these over the next couple of weeks. So we talked the top dogs. Let's talk about the rest of the Sooner Athletic Conference here and what we're looking at today. The 2 Arizona teams are on bye. OUAZ and ACU both not playing this week. Every other game, 2 p.m. kickoff. So we're all going at the same time today. So we're going to get a lot of live look-ins on some of the scores around the Sooner Athletic Conference, and every week we like to pick who's going to win each of these games. So let's start with Texas College versus Lyon. What do you got, Tim?
Gonna go Lyon. Obviously, Texas College still can't get off that schneid. They have not won since 2019. It's going to take something special for them to win, even against a team like Lyon. I'm picking Lyon to pull it out today.
This is sneakily one of the games you probably want to keep an eye on the most because you're probably going to see some things you've never seen before in a game between two teams. Both of these teams towards the bottom of the Student Athletic Conference. I'm going Lyon as well. Track history, track record. Texas College, I don't think they're going to get that first win since 2019 this season. Who knows going forward, but I'm going Lyon as well. Wayland Baptist, Louisiana Christian, a team we've seen earlier on the season in Louisiana Christian. Who do you have?
Wildcats. Louisiana Christian Wildcats. Picking them again. Obviously, they had that big blowout win last week against Arkansas Baptist. They're just fierce every single week. It's a tough start to the season. Losing here in a shutout to SAGU, that's really been their worst game all year. They have rallied so well after that loss to just put up some impressive outings, get some big wins. So go on Wildcats.
I am going LSU as well. The Wildcats is a team that can keep up with really anybody in this conference. They're scrappy. They're one of the teams that you can't walk into a game against the Wildcats and expect to win handily. I mean, if you're the Spirit, if you're Langston, if you're Texas Wesleyan, maybe you expect to win, but they're going to give you a 28-21, 28-23 game. I'm going to go with the Wildcats. Let's move on. Game of the week here in the Student Athletic Conference. We mentioned it earlier. Number 20 Langston versus number 23 Texas Wesleyan. 2 p.m. kickoff. Tim, who do you have? Moment of truth. Who do you have?
I mean, I picked them to win the conference. I still think they're the best team in the conference. I'm picking the Rams. They're at home. They are vetted. They have played the tough teams. This is Langston's first tough game this year.
Yes, it is.
They may be a great team, but they have to flip it from 0 to 11 today, whereas Texas Wesleyan has gotten the slow ramp up. It's going to be great. We're going to be getting live look-ins all day from this one down the road, down 287 a little ways, but going Rams, and I'm going that they keep their hopes alive, both for the playoffs and the conference championship.
I am going Texas Wesleyan as well. We saw them put a beating on SAGU last week. A very good defense, put up 35 points, and shut out the SAGU offense. Very good showing last week for Texas Wesleyan. And the last game, the one we're going to see here in Waxahachie today, OPSU, the Aggies on the road here in Waxahachie against the SAGU Lions. Who do you have, Tim?
Oh, boy. This is when I heel turn. I haven't done it yet this year, but this is where the villain hat goes backwards right here. OPSU is hot. We'll break them down here in a minute. 4 straight wins. They have a very balanced offense, and they've got a solid defense. They've always been so tough. They've always been so scrappy, and I think they are back as the leader of that second tier in the conference. I'm picking the Aggies today.
That's crazy because I'm usually the person who's going heel on these pregame broadcasts. I'm going SAGU. SAGU bounces back after the loss against Texas Wesleyan, who beats the Aggies, ends that 4-game winning streak. So, Tim, the first time we're going to disagree today, I'm going SAGU in this one.
I mean, it should be a balanced ball game. These are two teams that I think match up really well, so we'll break it down in a minute. But it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good.
You're wearing the logo.
My polo is it's burning right here a little bit just for even saying it. But you're an analyst. You got to call them like you see them. So, and I'm going Aggies at the moment. So
don't go anywhere. We're going to break down this game that's coming at your way at 2 o'clock here at Waxahachie between the Aggies and the Lions right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Raising Cane's makes perfect chicken finger meals by marinating every chicken finger for 24 hours. That's a long time. I don't even know what I was doing 24 hours ago. But those mouth-watering chicken fingers were marinating the entire taste-tempting time. Impressive, since 24 hours is longer than most celebrity marriages. On that note, our chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, and Texas toast are the perfect marriage of fresh and tasty. Raising Cane's, one love.
Welcome back to the SAGU Sports Network. Tim, what are they thinking? Showing me, or let me hear a Raising Cane's commercial right when I can't go get any. We're back here in Waxahachie, live on the SAGU Sports Network. Tim, let's talk about the matchup we're going to see here today. Again, Oklahoma Panhandle State University, the Aggies from Goodwell, Oklahoma, going on the road here in Waxahachie, taking on the SAGU Lions. Let's walk through the keys of the game for the Aggies first.
It's been a tale of two seasons for OPSU. They started the year off 0-3. They're 4-3 now. So let's break down what the big differences have been between that 3-game losing streak and that 4-game winning streak. First of all, it's red zone efficiency. They were just 2 for 6 in red zone scoring, 33% in that over 3 start. That's dreadful. They've been 16 for 19 in red zone scoring since then, and that's with some going for on 4th down situations. We're not talking about drives petering out or anything like that. So they have really turned it around in red zone efficiency. On the ground game, in that 0-3 start, they allowed 271 rushing yards a game. It was just getting run all over. In their 4-game winning streak, they're allowing 65 rushing yards a game, literally 1/4 of what they have been averaging before. Going to be huge today, obviously going up against Keaton Dudick. Lastly, and this honestly is a key for both teams, avoid costly flags. OPSU is next to last in the NAIA with 112 penalty yards a game. Not too far off from them, SAGU, 5th from last with 97.6 penalty yards a game. Both teams got to keep it clean, but especially OPSU. You can't erase big plays. You can't give up big yards, especially against SAGU offense that doesn't move the ball a ton. You can't give them 3 yards. Fun trivia fact, you know who's actually last in the NAIA? Langston. So the Sooner is just getting yellow all over the place. The laundry just never leaves the field for the Sooner at this point. So give me some SAGU keys.
Absolutely. Last week, tough loss against the Rams, 35-0. You got to have a short memory. Season starts over now. You've got 4 straight games here against opponents that are middle to lower of the pack in the Sooner Athletic Conference. Let's rip off 4 wins here for the Lions. Figure out the offense. Second of all, 21 points per game this season is not enough to keep up in the Sooner Athletic Conference. If you want to be taken seriously, you got to be putting up at least 35 points a game. So let's try to figure out the offense. I know you got a young quarterback, but let's try to reward that defense that's been playing well. Lastly, turnover-free football. I try to say this every week, but more so now. You cannot give OPSU, who's on a roll, free possessions. 3rd most interceptions thrown in the nation from this SAGU offense. Now, it's between Green and other quarterbacks who have played. Keep the ball on your side. Sustain the drives. OPSU scored 36 points a game during this win streak. Keep your defense off the field. Get long, sustainable drives. Let's hear from our field reporter, Jazz Williams, who is with Coach Greg Ellis. Jazz, down to you.
I'm here on the field with Coach Ellis. Coach, your Lions are coming back at home after facing a tough loss from a top 20 team. What did you focus on in practice this week to get your guys back on track?
Well, you just go back to the drawing board. Everything wasn't wrong. I credit those guys last week, but my guys, we didn't play our best football. We're kind of flat for some reason, so prayerfully we'll come out with a lot more energy and be ready to go today.
The Aggies are on a 4-game win streak with the help of Brandon Stevens, their quarterback, throwing over 800 yards and 10 touchdowns. What are you guys going to do to contain this offensive presence and dynamic playmaker?
Well, hopefully we stop them. But when you look at his game, their offensive game, it's really predicated on him running the football, to be honest with you. And so they want to kind of pull you in the box, respecting the quarterback can and will run with the football, and then sneak those passes in there on you. So, we got to play both facets of it. We got to stop him from running the ball. Our secondary has to be disciplined to stay in their coverages. And if we do that, I think we'll be okay.
What is it going to take for your Lions to come together and execute on both sides of the ball and come and end today with a win at home?
A lot of effort. That's, our coaches, they push the technique, the plays, but for my push this week, it was about effort. I think, like I said, last week we're a bit flat. I don't take anything away from Wesley. They're a great football team, but we didn't play with a lot of energy, in my opinion. So prayerfully, our guys be up for this challenge today. This team, they have a lot of confidence because, like you said, winning 4 games in a row like that, it kind of breeds confidence. So we'll see.
Thanks, Coach, and good luck today. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Coach Ellis. We are so close to kickoff here. We're less than 2 minutes away. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go live down to the field for the opening prayer, national anthem, and the coin toss. The Aggies versus the Lions right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Raising Cane's makes perfect chicken finger meals by marinating every chicken finger for 24 hours. That's a long time. I don't even know what I was doing 24 hours ago. But those mouth-watering chicken fingers were marinating the entire taste-tempting time. Impressive, since 24 hours is longer than most celebrity marriages. On that note, our chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, and Texas toast are the perfect marriage of fresh and tasty. Raising Cane's, one love.
All right, good afternoon, gentlemen. Oklahoma Panhandle's the visitor. Got heads and tails. It's your call. He said tails. It is heads. SAGU first to the second half. Oklahoma Panhandle will receive.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lumpkin Stadium. Following our coin toss, we're in Waxahachie, Texas for the Sooner Athletic Conference matchup between the SAGU Lions of Waxahachie, Texas and the Aggies of Oklahoma Panhandle State University. At this time, we ask everyone to please stand and remove their hats as we honor God in prayer. Then please remain standing and face the flag as we honor our nation with the singing of the national anthem, performed by SAGU Assistant Athletic Trainer Danielle Leonard. Gracious God, thank you for today. We thank you for this time here. Lord God, I ask that you watch over all the players and officials, protect them from all injury and all harm. We pray, Lord, that you protect us on our travels back home as well, for all of us. We love you and we praise you. May everything we do honor you. I ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We have it, Tim. We are ready to go. OPSU will receive the opening kickoff. Captains for your SAGU Lions: Briley Green, Keaton Dudick, Jalen Moss. Man, is he fun to watch. Deserving of that captain spot. And Evan Greathouse for the visiting Oklahoma Panhandle State Aggies: Jordan Hunter, DeQuavion Daniels, DeQuan Charles, and Tracy Taub, your respective captains between the Lions and the Aggies. The Aggies, white helmets, gray tops, white pants for SAGU, purple on gray here in Waxahachie. SAGU won the coin toss, deferred to the second half. They want to send that defense out onto the field and set the tone. You got to like that. A lot of coaches doing that nowadays anyway.
It's probably the most common go-to move at this point. You know, try to establish your your defense early on, get a quick stop, and there's something about having that ball for start second half. It just changes the entire tenor at the beginning of the game. There is, as mentioned pregame, a little bit of a breeze coming across the field. SAGU will be kicking into it to start.
Kieran Woodley on to kick. The converted linebacker came into SAGU as a linebacker and has been a very good kicker. The preseason All-Conference Special Teams Player of the Year. The good kick fielded at the 4-yard line. We'll see what Oklahoma Panhandle can do here. And a good return, tiptoeing that sideline down past the 30-yard line. And the Aggies will have good field position starting at the 34, led by quarterback Brandon Stevens. We talked about him pregame, Tim.
Yep, he has been hot these last 4 weeks. He's thrown for 849 yards in this 4-game win streak, 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. How about this? 123 yards to the ground and 2 more touchdowns. So he has been putting it all together, essentially over 1,000, almost 1,000 all-purpose yards with 12 touchdowns. That's a pretty good 4-week span.
We're used to seeing Keaton Dudick have 1,000 all-purpose yards within a 4-week span. So definitely impressive for Brandon Stevens. He comes out here in shotgun, sends a man in motion. Goes back out to the flat. They will hand it off on first down. Nothing doing. SAGU's defensive front up to the task. Just a gain of 2 on first down.
Willie McCline right up the middle, and we say it all the time. Right there in the middle, it's just unmovable. I don't think Keandre Belcher took a step backwards. Stands up strong, and as I mentioned, just about a 2-yard gain at the 36-yard line. Teams have not found a lot of success through the center of the SAGU defense at any point this season.
2nd and 8 coming here for the Aggies on their opening drive. 3 to the left here for Stevens, 1 to the right. 1 man in the backfield. He is back to pass, quick out to the flat, and it's short of his intended receiver. That was Jalen Pardita. Just could not get it delivered to him on the outside.
Devontae Crownover is going to be the one that comes in and gets pressure right in the quarterback's face and probably forces that pass to come out a little short-armed into the turf, and SAGU brings up a 3rd and 8.
3rd and 8, like you mentioned. 4 out wide, 2 either side here for Stevens. 3rd and long opening drive for the Aggies. SAGU shows pressure. Hard count, and they look to the sideline here.
Almost got him, but they got back on quick enough.
7 on the play clock here for the Aggies. Sending a man in motion that is Pardita. 3 now to the left. Here's Stevens back to throw. Deep drop, facing pressure, gets it off. over the head of his intended receiver. That is Jalen Partita, and that will be a 3-and-out. The punting unit comes on here for the Aggies, led by Javier Sinesio.
And Damaris Heron is going to be the one, again, bringing pressure. He has an open receiver. If he had another half second or so to plant his feet and throw a clean pass, that's probably a big gain on third down. But 2 times in a row, that pressure from SAGU's defense forces out a bit of an errant throw.
Sinesio on to punt on 4th and 8. A good stand from SAGU's defense to get off the field. A slow snap, but Sinesio gets it off. It is an end-over-end punt, and it goes out of bounds. Fortunate for the Aggies that he was able to get that punt off. The snap took its time getting back to the punter, and SAGU brought pressure, but SAGU will take over at the 38-yard line.
You can see why they have 3 guys back blocking, as that was not a clean exchange. As you mentioned, SAGU had pressure, but decent starting field position for the Lions. Briley Green coming out after a tough outing last week up in Fort Worth, as we have our first supercast right here. We got volleyball. We've got key football games on the screen. We'll be bringing you updates all day long. We're going to be a combination of a great football broadcast with just Sports Center all day. This is where you want to be to get all the updates.
Green gets in the jump off sides. This is going to go deep down the field for Paul O'Didi. Brings it in. He keeps his feet down to the 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, SAGU on their first play. Draws the Aggies off sides, and Briley Green takes advantage of the free play and hits his receiver for a touchdown.
Offside. Defense.
As we do get the
number
ball,
11.
Offside.
That penalty's declined.
There is something about
Touchdown.
Briley Green when he gets those hard counts and gets them to jump. His success rate is so much larger than his normal passing situations. And as you mentioned, Paulo Didi has been a key target for him. He gets them to jump off sides, and it's like he loosens them up. Throws a nice ball. O'Didi comes back, makes a strong play back towards the ball, and then once he breaks the tackle, he's gone. The tall receiver. So how about that? After a week where the Lions don't score at all, it takes one play, and they're up 7-0.
Extra point is up, and it is good off the boot of Kieran Woodley. And Tim, we didn't get to talk about our players to watch. Want to talk about SAGU here. One of my players was Paul O'Didi, and I mentioned that the hard count has worked so far this season. There you see it. He has been the go-to receiver on those free plays, and we saw it take an advantage there. Secondly, we're going to talk about Keandre Belcher, who also had an impact on that first drive. The running game not going for OPSU, and he has just been a center point of this defense. We'll see how this defense responds after giving up 35 points last week and the offense getting shut out. He is a leader of this team and a leader of this locker room, and we heard that the locker room felt good despite the loss from last week. And lastly, we're going to throw my special teams guy in there, the most consistent player on the team so far this season for SAGU, Ryan Lewis, the punter. 33% of his punts land inside the opponent's 20-yard line. Has just been absolutely automatic so far this season. It has been a joy to watch. Just a freshman, this punter, and he has been one of their best players, if not the most consistent.
Fortunately for SAGU, they haven't seen him yet today. It's got to be such a boost to the defense. They've held together so well all year, going against what we thought was the best team in the conference last week. Got a bit out of hand. To get that 3-and-out and immediately get a lead, to play with a lead as this defense, be able to just pin your ears back, go play some hard-nosed, aggressive football, not worrying about putting your team behind. What a great start at coming off of last week's loss.
Absolutely. Woodley on to kick. It is a good low-line drive kick, and it bounces right at the 5-yard line. And you're going to try to take it down that far sideline again. Good job this time by the SAGU kick coverage team. They won't get to the 25. Good job by SAGU special teams. Tim, walk me through a couple of the players to watch here for OPSU after their first offensive drive.
Yeah, as we already mentioned, Brandon Stevens, he's been doing
Please start the play clock.
Last 4 games, 12 total touchdowns, almost 1,000 combined yards. Meanwhile, one of his main targets all year has been wide receiver Jay-Sean Brown. 62 receiving yards a game and 5 touchdowns on the season. Meanwhile, on defense, defensive back Kavia Reese, 3 interceptions on the season and 4 passes broken up. Already down 7-0. They may be needing some turnovers at this point.
Stevens, deep drop off play action down the field. A lot of hand fighting, and the flag will come out. The intended receiver was deep down the sideline. Yep.
Jay-Sean Brown, who we just mentioned.
And they're going to get him here for pass interference. A little bit of contact down the field, just enough to draw the flag.
Haven't heard the
Pass interference. Defense, number 8. 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
They get Trevion McNeil on the pass interference, but how do you like that play call on first down after giving up the long touchdown? Play action, deep shot down the field.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you do it. Good things happen when you throw deep. You can draw pass interferences. You can get a big play. And as we mentioned, 2 of the most penalized teams in the country already kind of showing up here.
Stevens keeps it. He flips it out to his left. A beautiful play, but a better tackle on the outside. A flag comes down. They might get them for a hold here.
Or an illegal forward pass. He might have been across the line of scrimmage, and if they rule this is a forward pass.
Patrick McGee, a good job on the outside to shut that down. We'll wait on the call.
I think he crossed the line of scrimmage. I don't think that pass was vertical or behind the line of scrimmage. That might have been a forward pass. The ref who's standing right there has the best vantage point right down the line.
Illegal forward pass. Number 1 of the offense. 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Loss of down. Second down.
That makes it 2nd and 14 because he was about a yard past the line of scrimmage. They may call it 2nd and 15.
And I think he's trying to pitch this back. He knows he's past the line of scrimmage here. He's trying to throw it back, but you'll see, it traces forward about a half yard.
It's close. It's close, but it was forward. Makes it 2nd and 14. 3 out wide to the right for Stevens. 1 to the left, man in the backfield. Stevens takes a snap, takes a handoff, flips it out to the flat real quick. He's got his man. He breaks a tackle, gets down close to the first down marker, and it looks like he will have enough. Needed 14, got 14. Jalen Partita for the first down.
And taking on Isaac Gowdy here. What a good job of getting around him. Isaac Gowdy seemed to have a bead on him as he went to the corner. That nice little hesitation, taking a couple steps back, gets around the corner, and they convert on 2nd and 14.
New set of downs here for the Aggies. Sends a man in motion. That's Partita. He's been a busy man today. Fakes a handoff, back to pass across the middle. Has his man, brings it in. Tough catch. Falling forward. That will move the chains again. Katino Reed with the first down reception.
He is blanketed on this quick slant in. Perfect throw, and what presence of mind to hang on to that as the defender was hanging on and getting his hand in there.
Back-to-back first down receptions by these Aggie wide receivers. Now at the 40-yard line. First time of the day here for the Aggies to be in SAGU territory. Back to pass. He's going to fling it out. He fakes. Goes back that way. Incomplete. What a dangerous throw there from Stevens.
If you pump fake over that direction, you have got to make it happen quickly. Damaris Herron was then able to beat in on it and took a step in and almost had to throw it away there. Had he thrown that on target, Herron was going to step in front of that pass.
Makes it 2nd and 10 here for the Aggie offense. 3 out wide to the right here for Stevens. Sends a man in motion. He'll be by himself back there. Swings it out into the flat. And a beautiful open field tackle. Damaris Herron brings him down for a loss.
They went back to the well again after it failed on first down, and it goes even worse on second down. Somebody's got to lock up Herron in that situation like you had on the last play, essentially. Nobody was there, though, and it's hard to escape from him. 6-yard loss, 3rd and very long coming up.
3rd and 16. We've seen them convert a 2nd and 14 so far this drive. Backed up now. And he gets him off sides. He's going to have a free play. Stevens takes a shot deep downfield. Has a receiver, incomplete, but that'll be 5 yards against the SAGU defense. That'll make it 3rd and 11.
Hard count almost got him earlier, and it got him right there. It's going to be Crowder.
Offside. Defense, number 90. 5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
3rd and 11 to be exact. And you're right, Devontae Crownover gets caught in the offsides. Couldn't quite get back in time. That's always so tough to do. You're pinning your ears back. You're getting after the passer, and all of a sudden you got to try to stop your momentum and get back. Hard to do for a guy of Crownover's size. 3rd and 11. They get him again offsides. It's going to draw another flag. Stevens takes a shot deep downfield again. Has his man, brings it in, but is he out of bounds? He is out of bounds. Would have been an incredible catch by Jayshon Brown. But SAGU back-to-back plays.
Defense, number 55. 5-yard penalty. Remains third down.
Noah Gibson this time.
And you hate to fall for that twice in a row. You've turned a 3rd and 16 into a 3rd and 6. At this point, you're looking at 4-down territory inside the 40-yard line. 2 tough pre-snap penalties against this SAGU defense.
From 3rd and 16 to 3rd and 6. They almost get him again. The defensive line jumped on the hard count here. Stevens, 3 to his left, 1 to his right.
Play clock ticking down now. They're going to have to hurry.
Ed Wilder in the backfield. They finally do snap it, back to pass, out into the flat, incomplete, it's picked off! He's got it down the 40, 50, to the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, pick 6. SAGU jumps the route through the receiver's hands. Carter Lincoln read it all the way, and SAGU, pending an extra point, goes up 14-0 here in the first quarter.
And that's going to be thrown. It's hard to tell who even the intended receiver was there, but Carter Lincoln was in the perfect spot, and then he is just long.
On SAGU. Result of the play is a touchdown.
Sideline warning for SAGU. They got a little bit too close, but Lincoln doing a little bit of the mashed potatoes on the sideline there after a 65-yard pick 6. Ends what was looking like a very threatening drive after some inopportune penalties. What a quick turnaround. And SAGU, less than 4 minutes in, has already found the end zone twice.
Good snap, good hold. The kick is up, and it is good. SAGU goes up 14-0. Like you said, 2 big splash plays, 1 long pitch and catch off 1 play on offense, and then a pick 6 by Carter Lincoln puts SAGU up 14-0.
And we'll see here. I really don't know who the intended receiver is there. Turning around at the last second is Katina Ray, but I think it's just a poorly placed ball. I believe the underneath receiver was the target and just could not get there. And once Carter Lincoln caught it, there wasn't a chance for anybody to catch him. He's not even necessarily the fastest guy in the world.
When you got that much green in front of you, no one's catching up. Hey, we get a final, SAGU volleyball.
Oh, that's yesterday's game. But here's the current score.
Oh, there it is.
There we go, current score. They are about to put it away, though. Up 22-18 in the 3rd set.
Looking for another sweep, back-to-back sweeps for the Lady Lions.
Weekend, what a great weekend for the Lady Lions volleyball. Get 1 sweep up in Wayland and seem to have the Lady Aggies on the ropes. Meanwhile, SAGU football, what a start against the Aggies. It's always kind of fun when these double matchups occur. You get multiple teams playing each other, especially if you can win both of them. A lot of success so far for the Lions against the Aggies today on both arenas. That is going to be that's a risky play on both sides, because if that does not skitter out of bounds, that's a 65-yard onside kick. But it will set up the Aggies at the 35-yard line.
And the last thing you can do after 2 big momentum-shifting plays is give the Aggies good field position here to start their drive.
Still discussing it. We still have some discussion, as there was another flag that came in late. I noticed that the ref flinging that flag from the end zone. I thought he was just calling the same thing, but seeing where he placed it, this may be a penalty against the Aggies, potentially a hold that would, I guess, offset? I actually don't know. It's very rare to see offsetting penalties on a kickoff, but it does appear we have multiple flags and some discussion being had, although they are conferring with Coach Bob Majeski of the Aggies, so maybe both are on the Lions, and he's trying to decide what to do with them. A lot of flags so far on both teams. Finally going to get the call here from the head official. And it looks like the kicking teams are coming back onto the field.
Kieran Woodley's got his tee in hand. Looks like he's going to go out there.
5-yard penalty. We will re-kick.
Wow,
after
okay.
the play. Unnecessary number 25. 15-yard penalty, re-kick.
So they're going to re-kick with the 15-yard penalty. You got to assume this ball may it may just be put through the back of the end zone. But Woodley may try something weird here where he pops it up and maybe gives his kickoff team a chance to get underneath it. We'll see what they decide to do here. He's going to kick it off from the 45.
I get it. I'll explain what just happened after I'll let you call the kickoff. I understand the mathematics of what just happened. I was very confused for a second.
I'm glad you do, because math is not my strong suit.
It's in increments of 5, so I'm okay.
We're good.
5, 10, 15, 20 I can handle those.
You can use your hand.
That's what I love about the football field. Nothing but 20, 30, 40, 50. I can keep track of that. No decimals, no solve for X. So, yeah, once the kickoff happens, I think I have it figured out here.
Woodley will kick it off from the 45-yard line. We'll see what he does here. And he looks like he's just going to boot it through the back of the end zone. So all that for a touchback. And the Aggies will come out here. Tim, explain to me what happened.
Okay, here's what's happening in this situation. Because not people know this, on a illegal kick, you either get the ball at the 35-yard line or it's a 5-yard penalty plus a re-kick. However, the Aggies committed a 15-yard penalty at the end of that. So had they accepted the 35-yard penalty, they'd have had a 15-yard penalty at the end and move them to the 20. Instead, you set SAGU up at the 40, get an automatic touchback, get the ball to the 25-yard line off of an easy touchback.
It looks like SAGU may have cleaned it up 3-0 against the Lady Aggies. We'll wait for confirmation. But if that is the case, that is 22 wins in a row for this Lady Lion squad. Here on first down, trying to bounce it to the outside, spins off one man and gets a couple more. That's a pretty good carry on first down. Going to make it about 2nd and 7.
Willie McCline going to the edge. No success up the middle so far. So, yeah, so a little bit of football IQ happening right there. Deciding essentially nets you 5 yards because you know SAGU's probably giving you that touchback. You'll love to see it. You love to see coaches having to think on their feet like that.
Stevens takes off on his own design quarterback keeper. He picks up 3. I'll make a 3rd and about 4.
Hard to tell if that was a designed run or not. I think he just saw that he had a little bit of an opening, go and take it. But leads to a quick 3rd down. So far, 3 and out and a pick 6 for the Aggies.
3rd
on offense.
3rd and 4 here for Stevens. 3 out wide to his left. Takes a snap. He's going to roll out to his left. He's going to let it go. Incomplete. Facing immediate pressure by this SAGU pass rush. And Damaris Herron right in his face.
Seemed to be a bit of a busted play here. He's facing the wrong direction. You do not want Stevens rolling that way with his right shoulder towards the line. He could not get turned around and fast enough to get rid of the ball. And another pressure from Herron. Been a couple weeks since we've seen him out here, but he had 2 big pressures. Was able to force an incomplete pass on a screen pattern in the last drive and threw a guy for a 6-yard loss. So a great game from Herron so far. As SAGU's defense at the moment, that's a botch
bobbled, and he does get it off. It's going to be a short punt, and it's down at the 50 and does take an Aggie bounce. That is fortunate for the Aggies. It takes a good bounce. That had disaster written all over it.
All things considered, that is best case scenario. That looked like it was going to be either a sack or a blocked punt. Instead, he gets off a half-decent punt considering what was going on, and SAGU will start at their own 39-yard line. Just over 5 minutes gone, and how about this? SAGU's offense has run 1 play and leads 14-0.
They've got a 100% touchdown percentage per play right now, Tim. You gotta love those numbers.
And you gotta love when you've only had to run 1 play. Your defense is taking care of the job. Otherwise, I'm not saying the pressure's off by any means, but that's just you couldn't ask for much more to be certain. But decent starting field position again.
Here is Briley Green, comes out 3 bunched out to his right. Keaton Dudick in the backfield. Odidi to his left. And you're going to get offsides again. He's going to take a shot down the field. Incomplete. Could not connect with his man on the outside.
Deja vu all over again.
Khalil Jenkins, the tight end, was split out wide to his left.
Offside. Defense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Only problem there is it wasn't Paul Odidi. If it had been Odidi, that's a touchdown. We've already seen it, right? Draw him off sides. So two offensive snaps, 2 hard counts from Briley Green. That's something for the young guy that he has really excelled at this year. He has been really good at those hard counts.
1st and 5 after the offsides penalty. Green directing traffic in the pistol. And it's going to be a false start that goes against SAGU, so they get that 5 yards right back. Khalil Jenkins.
False start. Offense, number 13. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
5 minutes and 16 seconds into this one, and you can see why these two teams are in the absolute bottom rung when it comes to penalty yardage, and so much of it pre-snap. You know, these false starts, these jumping off sides, two flags against OPSU jumping off sides, a false start and 2 offsides on the Lions already. Illegal kicks, unnecessary roughness, and pass interference. Whew. This could be a long one when it comes to the penalties.
Green swings it out to Dudek. Dudek has to make a bunch of people miss. And that's a good job by the Aggies. Bring him down for a loss of 1. They swung it out to Dudek, and there was no one out there for him.
Yeah, you need a lead blocker in this situation. We'll see a wider view of it here. And the Aggies just crash on it. Really, it's the left guard right there that you're going to see coming in super fast. Cameron Dickerson, the linebacker, actually, he's going to be the one that makes the play there. He leaves the line immediately and goes after Dudek. Otherwise, Dudek only has one guy to face. That's when you need the extra guy out there blocking. No way Dudek's going to escape from 3 different players.
2nd and 11 here for Green. 3 out to his left, 1 to his right. Takes a snap. He will hand it off to Dudek. Dudek waiting for something to open up there. Not really a lot of running room. He gets, call it 4 on 2nd and 11, make it 3rd and 7.
Takes one quick step, and we'll just find any room to run, obviously. We know he can excel at that when there's even a sliver of daylight. Gets some of it back and sets up a 3rd and 7.
First 3rd down opportunity here today for SAGU. Again, 1-play touchdown drive, their opening drive. We'll see what they draw up to convert here on 3rd down. 3rd and 7, here's Green. The Aggies show pressure, they bring it, heavy blitz, he lets it go, rips it to the sideline, has a man out by the numbers, Khalil Jenkins. What a throw by Briley Green, pressure in his face, and completes it and moves the chains.
Keeps his feet on the turf. You love seeing that with that much pressure coming right in your face. Not panicking, taking that extra quarter second to think, and what a strike, and great catch by Jenkins, conversion on 3rd and 7. That is a developmental type play right there that we did not see early on in this season. You hope to see a lot more of it from Briley Green going forward.
New set of downs. Green turns around, hands it off in the stretch concept. He's going to get. He had some room to run, but was closed in on by the Aggies. He's going to pick up ultimately 2 yards on 1st down.
I believe that Ja'Kavion Daniels who trips him up, and if he had not, I see a lot of Green, and you're about a quarter second away from Keaton Dudek turning on the burst. That would have been a lot, if not a touchdown, if Ja'Kavion Green did not get, Daniels didn't get back there and throw Keaton Dudek off balance, and it's just a 2-yard gain.
2nd and 8 here for Briley Green. 3 out to his left, 1 to his right. Green takes a snap. RPO gets it out to the flat, has his man, fights for yardage, gets just to barely to the sticks. Colby Tanner on the reception. It's be 3rd and short.
Some tight end love so far for this game. I guess Colby Tanner's listed as a wide receiver, but kind of runs more of a slot tight end situation. Looked like he's just a bit short there. 3rd and 1.
Back to pass. Back shoulder to Odidi. Odidi brings it in. Fights through contact. Pretty good coverage there by Kavia Reese. But Odidi, just bigger and stronger, brings in the reception and moves the chains.
Reese is going to argue for an OPI here, and yeah, a little bit of separation, but the key thing is it's all about the elbows. It's all about the elbows in the situation. You got to keep it tight. He did a good job of turning around and getting that one. Another big 3rd down pitch and catch from Briley Green to his favorite target, Paul Odidi.
Green turns around, hands it off to Dudek. Dudek stretches it out, bounces it outside, weaving through traffic down to the 5, lowers the shoulder. He's going to be brought down just inside the 5-yard line, down at the 4, and it is 1st and goal here for the SAGU offense.
And this is what a little bit of success in the passing game does. They can't crash on the run immediately, and a good enough job of just stringing everything out to give Keaton Dudek the running room he needs. Nothing fancy or flashy, but if you even give Keaton Dudek just the edge, he will find his way for a big 1st down run. 1st and goal inside the 5-yard line. 2 big third down conversions on this drive has the offense clicking.
1st and goal from the 4-yard line. 3 bunch to the left. Swings it out. He's got Odidi. Odidi tries to split the defenders. He's going to pick up 2, make it 2nd and goal.
That's a solid stop by the secondary there. Kind of know what's coming. They shed through those blocks pretty easily. Odidi picks up 2.
2nd and goal from the 2 here for Green. Checks back to the sideline. Dudek in the backfield, pistol formation here for SAGU. Looks like they got the play, ready to go here on 2nd and goal. Turns around, hands it off to Dudek. Dudek following his blockers, cuts it back, and that is going to go nowhere. A loss of 2 makes it 3rd and goal from the 4.
No movement up front at all. They crash inside. Dudek trying to find anywhere. He might have had that sliver, but it was too late. Cameron Dickerson was the one waiting for him, preventing him from doubling back, and then it's just a host of Aggies that brings him down. So 3rd and goal at the 4 now. As I mentioned, 2 big third down completions from Green on this drive. Look at Odidi lined up far left there. You know that's probably where Green is thinking. Back of the end zone, Paul Odidi, let your tall man go up and get it.
Here's Green. Indeed, that's what he's going to go to Odidi. A lot of fighting, a lot of contact, and no flag. Odidi wants it. I am inclined to agree with Odidi here. Looked like a lot of jersey tugging here.
We'll see right here. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. You see the shoulder pads getting pulled because that is a well-thrown ball. If that pull does not happen, Odidi's able to get back to that one. Aggies get away with one in the end zone there that could have easily been flagged. And SAGU will be forced to settle for a 26-yard field goal attempt.
Good snap, good hold. The kick is up from Woodley, and it is good. Kieran Woodley converts on the 26-yarder. So SAGU goes up 17-0 here in the first quarter. After a game last week, the offense put up 0 points. And there we have the final. SAGU, Oklahoma Panhandle. Here's the final point against the Aggies up in Goodwell. And it just, little drop shot falls in, and SAGU moves to 22-0, 25-20 final set. Tim, you said they don't see a lot of set fours.
No.
They clean sweep a lot of teams so far in the Student Athletic Conference. By the way, a Student Athletic Conference that has always been very competitive in women's volleyball. A very good start to the season here. A historic start to the season for SAGU.
Live check-in, the Rams have jumped out to a 26-0 lead over Langston. 11 minutes.
What did I say about Texas College in line? You're going to see some weird things. That's not baseball. That's 8-6.
I love it. I love it.
Between Texas College and Lyon. You don't want to miss those games. If you have the opportunity to watch it, you're going to see some weird things happen.
It's why I still tune into Thursday Night Football. I know it's going to be terrible, but I'm like, this might be 4-2.
Why do you do that to yourself, Tim?
I can keep it on my laptop and watch something good on actual TV.
Here's the Woodley kickoff fielded at the 4. Looking to make something happen. He is brought down on that far sideline again, shy of the 25. So a good job by the SAGU kick coverage team to keep the Aggies deep in their own territory short of that 25-yard line.
Still early in this one. Only 3 drives in the book, just 11 minutes off the clock. But for a team with a first-year head coach, young quarterback, just a mixture across the board, some veterans, some new guys trying to gel identities, coming off a 35-0, just one of those afternoons you got to erase. What a start from this team. An identity setting start so far in this one. A lot of football to play, to be certain, but you love the way this game has started.
Steven takes off on his own. There's a lot of Lions to get by, and he will not. Back to the original line of scrimmage for Stevens. A gain of nothing makes it 2nd and 10.
And it felt like a shooting gallery there. Lions whizzing past him, everyone getting the chance. Stevens does a good job of staying on his feet as long as he did to make it essentially a no gain. It could have been a loss of multiple yards. but just too many Lions who can bring you down.
Sends a man in motion. He's back to pass. Swings it out to his receiver on the outside. Cannot bring it in. It was a low ball. Incomplete, makes it 3rd and 10. His intended receiver was Willie McCline.
Almost was a false start on this play.
I thought it was too, yeah.
But it kind of threw everything off. If that had been completed, he had some room to run. It would have been against him and Heron, depending on how fast he could have gotten up the field. But the low pass, unable to corral it in, and it is 3rd and 10.
3rd and 10. Brandon Stevens facing 3rd and long. Do not want to go 3 and out here after falling down 17-0. Sends a man in motion. Stevens back to pass. Plants. Let's go across the middle. Right off the chest of his intended receiver, Ryan Acosta, just could not bring it in. It was going to be well short of the first down marker regardless. But here comes the punting unit for the Aggies. Javier Sinicio out to punt.
I think that's why you had that drop too. Pursuing in from the left side was Dalton Spencer. And he knew if he caught it, he had to pick a few more yards up. I think that's why his mind slipped for a second. You can't have drops like that in the game where you're struggling on offense. You need everything. If you actually get open.
Don't fall asleep here. The punts have been very interesting from the Aggies. SAGU brings pressure, and Sinicio gets it off. Jalen Moss has a chance here. He's fun to watch with the ball in his hands. Makes a cut, throws a stiff arm at the 40, throws another stiff arm, keeps his feet, and ends up ducking out of bounds. Jalen Moss is the kind of guy, he gets the ball in his hands. He thinks he's taking it to the house every time.
That is in his mind on every single punt return. It does just feel like a matter of time before he gets the right blocking scheme and takes a seam up the field. As for this, you won't see much more exciting 7-yard punt returns. 2 stiff arms, stutter step to the end, and I think Wisely said, all right, yeah. For the Lions, though, 3rd straight drive that they will take over right in the same vicinity. 42-yard line. The last drive, they started at 39. Drive before that, I believe, was also the 39.
Riley Green, only 1 incompletion on the day, 6-7, just under 100 yards. That long touchdown, no interceptions. Good start for the young freshman quarterback. He's back to pass. Clean pocket. Let's go across the middle of the field. Has his man. A big hit on the receiver after the reception that was brought in by Zach Fuller. Short gain on first. Makes it 2nd and 7.
And I think this is the second option from Riley Green. The way he sets his feet here, I think he's looking deep, and then he looks underneath and zips it in. I think he was looking deep for a guy, saw that he was covered, and quickly pivoted to the safety blanket. 3-yard pickup on first down.
2nd and 7 here for SAGU in this Lions offense. Green sends a man in motion. Hands it off. Dudek looking for some room. None there for Keaton Dudek. He's going to get brought down for no gain. That makes it 3rd and 7.
Going to lose his helmet in the process. SAGU's sideline calling for a face mask. It looks like it just kind of came off organically. And as we've seen all year long from the 2021 breakout star, he just has not been able to find the room. It's all about the room for him. If you can generate any hole, any sort of time for him to get up the field, he will make stuff happen. But he is being met at the line week after week.
3rd and 7 here for Green. He is back to pass. Lets it go deep, in and out of the hands, through the hands of his receiver. That time looking for Troy Edwards, just a bit outside of his grasp. He's open, it's just a little too much on.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Needs to zone it in, and that would have been a completion just outside his reach, and SAGU will have to send their punter to the field for the first time.
Ryan Lewis, one of the players to watch here pregame. The freshman has been very good here for SAGU.
The wind is very stiff right now. It has definitely picked up. The flags aren't quite ironed out in the left side of the field, but they are blowing very much in Ryan Lewis's face.
Lewis, they are going to mark him down. I thought his knee was down.
Oh, no.
His knee was down when he fielded the ball. This is interesting.
Kicker's knee was down at the 30-yard line. First down, Oklahoma Panhandle.
Oh, disaster.
Low snap. Lewis goes down to get it, and they roll his knee down. I'm not sure if we're going to get a look at it here.
Yeah, we didn't see the timing there.
And that is short of a punt return for a touchdown. That's worst case scenario for SAGU and their special teams. Okay, this would be
the perfect angle right here.
Absolutely. His knee is down. That's the right call. And of course, in college, the knee touches, you are down. Don't have to be down by contact.
So that will essentially go in the books as a turnover on downs. As SAGU takes a 13-yard loss. It's not going to help Ryan Lewis's rushing stats on the year.
Stevens, back to pass, facing pressure, lets it go, has a man, could not connect with his receiver in the corner. That was Kobe Hill, the tight end.
And Jalen Moss had lost him. Jalen Moss was looking around for help, completely lost the receiver. If that's on the money, it's an easy touchdown.
Makes it 2nd and 10 from the 30.
Big gut check time for the defense now. You've had 3 3-and-outs and a pick 6. You've done everything. And because of a little glitch in the system, you are, with your backs against the wall, trying to keep OPSU off the board.
Stevens flips it out into the flat, has his man. There's going to be a flag. I think they're going to get offensive pass interference here, as blocking downfield was Ryan Acosta.
He's going to hit his man. Yep, a little bit too soon.
About 7 yards downfield.
Yep.
They usually give you maybe 1-2 yards downfield, not 7.
Ineligible player downfield.
Oh.
Number 6 was covered up and went downfield on a pass that crossed the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
So it's either ineligible receiver downfield or offensive pass interference.
Yeah.
Either way, just all around an illegal play for Acosta.
Yeah, so Acosta will be ruled that he was ineligible on the play, lined up in the wrong spot. Either way, yeah, one way or the other, I guess he's lucky that was the flag because that's just a 5-yard penalty. But another penalty on one of these teams. This one will definitely sting. Moving back to 35-yard line. We are not sure what kicker Javier Sinizio's range is, but that can't help it, especially with the field about to flip here in a second.
2nd and 15, back to pass to Stevens, facing pressure. It's a screen off the hands of the SAGU defender and falls to the turf, falls incomplete, causing chaos was Jaden Chappelle.
And that is going to be deflected by a SAGU, but hard to tell who actually got their hand in on it. But Jalen Moss was the one that was just about 2 steps away. And I believe Isaiah Moore is actually going to get his hand on it. I don't think it would have gotten to a prospective receiver either way.
3rd and 15 here for the Aggies. Under a minute to play in the first quarter. Stevens facing another 3rd down. Takes a snap. SAGU brings pressure. He's back to pass. Lets it go to the middle of the field. Has a man wide open at the 10-5. That is an Aggies touchdown. They find the end zone for the first time this afternoon. And barring an extra point, the Aggies will make this a 10-point ball game. That is just blown coverage wide open. Finds his man Ed Wilder for a touchdown.
Yeah, if the nearest guy to the receiver is Chris Bacos, you know something has gone terribly wrong in the secondary. You already saw one blown coverage on this drive that the Lions were lucky didn't result in a touchdown. They do not get the same variety of luck.
And this is where the kicker yells fire and tries his best, and he goes down. So it will be an 11-point game, 17-6 Sinicio. The snap never got down to the holder. So Sinicio never got a chance at it, so we still don't know quite what his range is. But you see Wesleyan out 26-0 over Langston Lyon. That 8-6 ball game was, I guess they scored a touchdown and kicked the extra point. Still 8-7, an interesting score. And you see Louisiana Christian up 14-0 over Wayland Baptist.
The big game of the week, though. Rams making a statement in Fort Worth right now, although Langston is moving the ball. As we mentioned, there's something about it. I don't think Langston's being done any favors with these schedules. It might get you a nice hot start, and you can rise into the top 25 because you're undefeated. But there's something about not having played your best teams until late October. Other teams are a little bit more battle tested, and they just do not seem prepared at the moment for these Rams. for the Lions, a disastrous drive in more than one way. You give the opponent the ball on the 30 thanks to just a snafu on the punt, and then 3rd and long, unable to get to the quarterback, blown coverage, easy walk-in touchdown, and the Aggies right back in this one.
Fielded inside the 15, looking for a hole, brought down, great tackle on that backside as number 51, Omorion Millsap, with a huge special teams tackle.
Looking for a little bit of a lane, and you just dream of those at the special teamers. Yep. You've got a full head of steam, you round the corner, and you see that you are about to meet at the same spot as Langston will score, hit the extra point, as they try to climb back into this ball game. Looking around the NAIA, as we mentioned, Marion getting a big one over St. Francis. Avila up by 7 on Bethel. That's a good one. Dickinson State up 10-7 on Waldorf, and of course the other top 20 matchup of the week.
Green on first down, hands it off to Dudek. Dudek makes a man miss, lowers the shoulder, carrying a defender on his back. Picks up 1, makes it 2nd and 9. We'll see if SAGU elects to run a play here. They can choose to let it go to the second quarter.
They'll huddle up, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they did. Obviously up 17-6, but also the wind being such a factor. Go ahead and, no reason to run one more play into the wind. Let the field switch and get the aid from the back.
That's the end of the first quarter.
The horn will sound, and we are on to quarter number 2. An eventful first quarter here in Waxahachie. SAGU starts it out, getting a 3-and-out on defense, and then a 1-play touchdown to Paul Odidi puts them up 7-0. And then we're going to go down to the field here between quarters for a special presentation. Don't go anywhere, right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
And now time for the SAGU Athletics Faculty Spotlight. The SAGU Athletics Faculty Spotlight would like to acknowledge 2 young men leading the charge on the SAGU football staff. Blaine Rowe, a graduate assistant coach who is focused on tight end development, and Cameron Keith, a graduate assistant coach with a defensive line concentration. Thank you, Blaine and Cameron. And that is our SAGU Athletics Faculty Spotlight.
There you have it, Blaine Rowe, a household name here for SAGU and the SAGU Sports Network. Really good receiver / tight end in his time here. Just was a reliable target for a myriad of quarterbacks here for the Lions. As we approach quarter number 2, the scoring summary after that 1-play touchdown, pick 6, 14-0 SAGU. They tack on a field goal, 17-0. A long pitch and catch for the Aggies. Make it 17-6 after the botched extra point, and that is where we are here after 1 quarter play. Green takes a snap and it's fumbled. Dudek picks it up, and he's going to turn nothing into something. That's the kind of thing you draw up in the backyard. He picks up about 4 on a busted play, make it 3rd and 5.
Yeah, that was very scary for him. Never had it in his hands. Just loose. I'm not even sure if it's going to be necessarily a handoff. Might be a play action or an RPO. Instead, Dudek heads up play to make something, not just something out of nothing, but something out of disaster. Sets up 3rd and 5.
SAGU pretty decent today so far on 3rd downs. Their drive stalled last time, resulting in a punt attempt that was ruled dead with the punter's knee on the field. We'll see what they do here on 3rd down and 5. They send Odidi in motion. We'll see him from the slot here. Back to passes Green. A flag comes, or a whistle rather. I don't see a flag.
Delay a game.
Back at the 40, from the back judge. Yep, delay a game.
5-yard penalty. Remains 3rd down.
Those flags are tough to see. I'm usually looking at the line of scrimmage and don't realize it's back at the 40-yard line and that back judge watching that play clock. So that moves them back 5 and makes this a 3rd and long.
Yeah, and just literally nickels. These 5-yard penalties, one after the other. They're the ankle biters of penalties. They turn 3rd and easy into 3rd and very hard.
They send Odidi in motion. Green back to pass. He rolls out, looking to make something happen. Gets rid of it out of bounds. That'll bring up 4th down. So the Aggies get back-to-back stops here on defense. And after a touchdown of their own, they are looking to take momentum into their own hands as Ryan Lewis is on the punt.
Might have had an option, but it involved throwing across the field, across his body, across the field. Briley Green has to essentially throw it away as there was coverage all over that one. Wind at the back now for Ryan Lewis.
The punt is off. It's end over end. It's a short punt, lands just past the 50 and takes a SAGU bounce where it's fielded and then out of bounds at the 38-yard line. So a 3 and out here for SAGU's offense, and the Aggies, again, coming off their first score of the game on a long blown coverage, finding the running back wide open, Ed Wilder, down the middle of the field. We'll see what they come out here looking to make this a one-possession game.
Overall stats already 9 total penalties in this game. Just those little ones, you know, SAGU 5 for 35, 4 for 24 for the Aggies. Just these little tiny pinprick penalties that just kind of keep you from establishing momentum.
Stevens off play action, lets it go deep down the field. One-on-one coverage, and it is intercepted. An incredible play by SAGU defensive back number 30, Patrick McGee. One-on-one coverage on an island, goes up and says, "Give me that!" And SAGU gets the ball right back.
He could not break stride on that play. He had to stay in a foot race with the wide receiver. Does a good job of keeping his body in between him and the receiver. Gets up there. What a huge pick. Second interception of the game for the Lions. Hand the ball right back to the offense. And the defense, great response after starting a drive. You know, backs against their own end zone, give up a big touchdown pass on third down. Great response from that secondary.
They will hand it off to Dudek on first down. He bounces it to the outside, tries to make a man miss. That's a really good open field tackle by Jaquavion Daniels, one of the captains for this Aggie squad pregame. It makes that a short run, a short gain on first down.
Yeah, that was looking scary for a second. Dudek gets around the edge. He's just about to turn on the speed. If Daniels doesn't pursue that quickly, that could have gone for a lot more. Just a 2-yard gain.
Results in 2nd and 8 here for SAGU's offense. 3 to the right, 1 to the left here for Green. Quick hitter to the outside, Khalil Jenkins. Jenkins throws a stiff arm, tries to carry a man. He's down after a short gain. That'll make it 3rd and about 4 here for SAGU's offense.
And they're going to have a flag coming out here late as pushing and shoving, but only between Aggies players at the moment. We'll see. I won't see what happened, what developed there. This could go against OPSU, however. Officials will discuss it.
Little conference is always drives up the anticipation.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 9 of the offense, 15-yard penalty, remains 3rd down.
Cannot have that. That is a drive killer. Facing 3rd and 4, whatever happened there, you just can't have, as that is effectively, I don't want to rule out this 3rd and 19 100% yet, but effectively a drive-killing penalty after you were second drive in a row that you're set up 3rd and short, or 3rd and mid at least. 1 5-yard penalty, this one a 15-yard penalty. Whatever happened definitely got the Aggies fired up as they were moving in, a little bit aggressively, so that's why I was thinking about it on the Aggies. They don't explain what happened, but something happened.
We get another flag here. This is on the sideline. They already have 1 warning.
Yep. This will be a.
This should be a penalty.
If this is on another sideline warning, this will actually count this time.
2nd sideline warning on SAGU. No yardage penalty.
So 2 sideline warnings in the first half for SAGU. They say anything about the coaches and players on the sideline is that they are into this game and fired up.
5-yard penalty.
There it is.
Still 3rd down.
They do tack on 5 yards for the 2nd sideline infraction against SAGU. So that makes it 3rd and 24 as opposed to 3rd and 19, where we saw a 3rd and 4 happening. So definite drive killer, these penalties here for SAGU. 5 wide, back to passes Green. Green steps up, lets it go deep down the sideline, has Jenkins. Jenkins brings it in. He's got enough for the first down.
Wow.
A huge conversion. Briley Green to Khalil Jenkins moves the chains. That's a perfect throw.
Unbelievable. He has the time to throw, puts his full weight into it, just slipping in. Khalil Jenkins finding a gap in the defense. And I don't rewind the tape, but I had basically called that drive over. What a huge third down conversion after 20 super unnecessary penalty yards, getting themselves out of a hole. Here comes a free play.
Them off sides. He's going to swing it out to the flat, incomplete. Intended for Odidi. That's going to be an offsides. 5 yards here for SAGU. It'll make it 1st and 5.
Offsides. Defense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Cameron Dickerson flagged for the offsides.
When you're looking at the maturation process of a freshman quarterback, in a situation like that where you've shot yourself in the foot and you've turned a 3rd and 4 into 3rd and 24, you're at your own 10, you're holding an 11-point lead, you don't want to punt from your own end zone. Coming up with that big throw, those are little check marks, little oases along the path of becoming an established quarterback. You love seeing that from Briley Green in a situation like that.
Green turns around on 1st and 5, hands it off to Keaton Dudick. Dudick, not a lot of running room there. He's going to make it 2nd and a long 4 after a gain of 1. And just nothing there for Dudick.
No, he just cannot find the edges, cannot find the holes. And they will give him, right at 1 yard. SAGU's offense going to slow things down, huddle back up. Drive that began thanks to an interception has stayed alive thanks to a 3rd and 24 conversion. Now facing 2nd and 4.
Green takes a snap, back to pass, lays it out for Dudick. Dudick tries to make a man miss. What a tackle.
Wow.
On the outside by the Aggie defensive back in the open field. Jakevian King Fobbs on the tackle for loss, might I add. Back to 3rd and 5.
That is the 3rd time this game that we've said, if they don't make that tackle, Dudick's going to do something huge. 3 different times that he did have an open field to work with, just one guy to beat. And these Aggies have been making those key tackles, those key one-on-one stops when they need to.
3rd and 5 here for the SAGU offense. Already converted 1 third down, 3rd and 24. So this should be nothing here for SAGU. They're going to turn around, hand it off to Dudick. Dudick bounces it to the outside. Does he have the speed? He does. And avoids his own man down the field, but brought down ultimately after moving the chains down to the 40. 1st down, Lions.
Finally finds the edge, and almost kind of seemed to be one of those plays where they let them crash through the middle and to the outside, let the defense come through sometimes. Aggies showing heavy blitz on this play.
We've seen them do that a couple of times and fall back in coverage. Did a good job of disguising their looks here against the freshman quarterback. They do bring pressure. They turn around, hand it off to Dudick. Dudick showing patience, bounces it out to the outside and picks up a good gain there on 1st down. A gain of 8 to make it 2nd and 2.
You love seeing this from Dudick when the sledding is just so tough. He doesn't get down. All season long, we've seen him struggle with, just not having that room to run that he had last year. But he doesn't get down. He stays that alert every single play, even when things aren't going his way. And right there, 2 big runs in a row. Convert a 3rd and 5, and then go get a nice gain on 1st down to the 34-yard line. He's staying alert. He's staying in this game. He's checking out for this play.
Make it 2nd and 3, rather than 2nd and 2. Green, back to pass, facing immediate pressure. He's going to take off. He's got a lot of room to run. He goes down and slides, but not before moving the chains for a 1st down. Heads-up play by Briley Green.
Quick decision making, knows he's not going to throw it, sees that gap. That's what you do in those situations. Keep the chains moving. Maybe there's something bigger down the field, but if you know for a fact you've got 6 free yards in front of you, Don't go to third down. Don't risk throwing it. Pick up those easy yards, slide, keep this clock moving. You've got yourself a drive going right now. I mean, obviously, it's not going to count towards the total yardage, but you were at your own 10-yard line a second ago.
Yeah,
facing
absolutely.
a 3rd and 24. This has been a great drive from Briley Green.
Green back to pass. He steps up, facing pressure. He's going to get brought down for a loss of 2. Nothing really doing there down the field for Briley Green.
Coming off the edges. Oh, what a power move right there from Cameron Dickerson. Coming on that left edge, throws his man to the ground. I've been used to seeing guys wearing number 11 dominate from the linebacker position this season already. Looking like that.
Oh, boy.
He's your guy, too. He's still your guy.
Not when he's wearing that version of blue and white. Here's 2nd and 12 here for Green in the SAGU offense. 3 bunch to the right, back to pass as Green lets go across the middle of the field, has a man in and out of the hands of his intended receiver. That was Zachariah Johnson, unable to bring it in, brings up 3rd down.
Haven't called his name at all today. Had it in there, obviously getting pummeled from every direction. Had he held on to it, it wouldn't have been a ton of yardage, but it would have been better than what they're facing now. 3rd and 12. As just had to zip it in there, Briley Green. As the pressure has picked up now, the Aggies have been bringing those blitzes. I think maybe they regret not bringing pressure on that 3rd and 24. They gave Green time to throw, and he hurt them big.
Yeah, 5 wide here. 3rd and 12, 3rd and long. They bring pressure. They bring 6. Let's go across the middle. Has his man wrestled down. But a good catch, but it will bring up 4th down. Zach Fuller, the tight end. So here comes Kieran Woodley on to kick. Ball spotted at the 25. We'll make it a 42-yard field goal here for Kieran Woodley.
Those are some big yards, honestly, to give your kicker a much better opportunity. Wind is at his back. I don't think distance is going to be the problem here. He just has to make sure it stays straight down the line as he is right in the middle of the field where he's kicking.
42-yard attempt here for Kieran Woodley. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up, and it is good. Kieran Woodley, 2nd field goal of the afternoon, puts SAGU up 20-6. 14-point ball game here now for SAGU.
You always want to score touchdowns, but if you want the definition of a good field goal drive, it's a drive where you were pinned at your own 10 after 2, dumb penalties. There's dumb penalties. I always say, I forgive holds, I forgive pass interference, I forgive tripping, pre-snap and post-snap penalties you can't have. And that's what's so huge about that. Those are demoralizing. So not only do you go get some points, but you avoid the pure demoralization of having hurt yourself so much. That was honestly one of Briley Green's best drives this season.
It was the best drive of the season for Briley Green.
Picking up that 3rd and 24. He's putting together a great game right now. 73% passing, 139 total yards. Picking up that 3rd and long, keeping his team settled. Picking up another 3rd and 5, picking up a couple of yards on a 2nd down, right up the middle. Good decision making. A really, really solid drive from the freshman quarterback.
And Woodley's kick lands in the middle of the end zone. Will be a touchback here for SAGU. So that's where the Aggies will take over. Tim, you're a big analytics and probability percentage guy. A 3rd and 24 from your own 10-yard line. Probability percentages of that drive ending in points has to be pretty low. I
mean, I think SAGU's 3rd down conversion rate on the season is only something like 37%, if that even. And so if you stack in 24 yards, yeah, that is in the 2 to 3% conversion rate. It really is. It really is that low. Update. Langston is moving again late in the half, so they are still down by 19, but trying to make that one interesting.
Also, Texas College with the lead, 16-13, looking for their first win since 2019. Here on 1st down, Stevens is going to take off, tries to throw a stiff arm, but is brought down by Carter Lincoln. Good gain there on 1st down, makes it 2nd and 4.
If you're the Aggies offense, you have to try something different right now because you do have that touchdown, but that came off of a drive where you start at the SAGU 30 and off of one blown play. You have not seen sustained success. You have 2 interceptions, 3 and outs. need to try something else, and that might involve Stevens taking on the ground more often.
Stevens keeps it himself. He's got a lot of open field. He slides down. There's contact, but it doesn't look like there's a flag. It might have been inadvertent.
Yeah. They forgive coming over the back of the quarterback more than laying your shoulder into him. If you're chasing him down, they know usually to not flag that one. I don't want to make any guarantees about what they're going to call pass interference or not. Roughing the passer these days. Not even going to pretend like I know what that's going to be.
It's been a rough week for the men in the stripes across football the last 6 or 7 days. Here's 1st and 10, new set of downs. Stevens, 4 wide, sends a man in motion. He's being by himself, slings it out to the left, has his man out of the backfield, ducks out of bounds after a gain of, we'll call it 3, is his running back, Ed Wilder, who had the touchdown reception for the Aggies.
Jalen Moss breaks off. His defender knocks him out, and they're only going to give him 2 yards on that at the end of it all. So that's the 3rd time they've gone to that play. Had a near interception, a loss of 6, and just 2 yards there.
2nd and 8, 5:15 left to play here in the first half. We'll hand it off to Wilder. Wilder looking to make something happen, cuts it back up. Nothing doing. This SAGU defense and their pursuit has been really good in the running game today. That's a gain of 2, and I thought he was lucky to get that.
And this is a lick by Jalen Moss. Throws him off his feet, lowers the shoulder. What an athlete that guy is. He can intercept the ball, he can return a punt for a touchdown, and then he hits you and you know it.
Knock in the mouth. He is a special player.
He is an all-around fierce defensive special teams guy.
I mean, he is a safety, and look where he's lined up right now. He's on the line right next to the defensive pass rushers. Back to pass here on 3rd down. Stevens, pocket collapses, has his man across the middle. A strike thrown to his receiver, and they've got enough for the 1st down completed to Zamaria Fountain.
And that got out of his hand at the exact right moment. Otherwise, he was going to be sacked, and that is in danger of having the ball knocked loose. So Brandon Stevens, his best throw, outside of the touchdown pass, his best throw of the game. Big 3rd down conversion into SAGU territory.
Had some mustard on it, too. He delivered that, a strike to his receiver. New set of downs here for the Aggies. New man in the backfield here is Quincy Jones. Back to pass, he takes off himself. He's got room to run, cuts it upfield, spins, has enough, keeps the feet moving. 1st down, Aggies.
That's 3 designed runs from Stevens on this drive, as they have struggled for most of the game. As we mentioned pregame, he has been really good on the ground during this 4-game win streak, averaging about 30 yards rushing and with 2 touchdowns. They are letting him carry the rock right now.
3:30 left to play here in the first half. Stevens sends a man in motion. He's back to pass. Lets it go deep down the field. Has a man open. Underthrown. Picked off. Carter Lincoln. 2nd interception of the day. Has the pick 6 and now has a drive ender for this SAGU defense. Their 3rd interception of the afternoon.
You cannot throw that pass. Not with this SAGU secondary. Every one of them was a ball hawk. Every one of them wants to go get that pick. That is just too much of a lazy floater. Your receiver's having to spin back, come back towards the ball. If he'd have thrown that, just heave it to the end zone. Any spot on the end zone, his receiver can probably chase that down. That is not the pass you need to throw. He's throwing it into the wind. That might have affected it a little bit, but Carter Lincoln, 2nd pick of the game, 3rd pick overall for this SAGU defense. 1 was a pick 6. 2 have stopped drives in SAGU territory.
Here is Green, hands it off to Dudek. Dudek, nowhere to go.
SAGU's offense staying on the ground here. Willing to let the clock run a little bit at this point. No timeouts used so far. We'll see it again here. Just sort of a lazy throw, and when that's a jump ball back, if the jump ball back towards the line of scrimmage, it's usually going to be the defense that has the better shot at it at that situation. You want a jump ball at the sideline, that's where the receiver's going to go win.
The 9th interception from the SAGU defense so far this season. 3 today. 2 from Carter Lincoln. Here on 2nd down, Dudek looking for anything to to go here, and nothing doing. A gain of, they may call it no gain, maybe a gain of half a yard. It's going to stay at 3rd and 10.
And now the Aggies will use their first time out.
So Carter Lincoln with 2 interceptions, Patrick McGee with the other pick here for the SAGU defense. So 3rd and 10 from their own 12-yard line. We saw a big conversion on 3rd and 24 from their own 10 last drive. Here's a look.
Panhandle takes her first timeout of the first half. Please reset the game clock to 2:32. 2:32.
So the Aggies will try to preserve that game clock as they will try to get the ball back before the half. Worth mentioning, SAGU gets the ball to start the second half.
So Langston did not end up scoring on that drive. Makes it 26-7 still. And then you see Lyon taking the lead back from Texas College. LCU 21-0 against Wayland Baptist, and of course the game here in Waxahachie 20-6 in favor of SAGU. Look at the numbers for Briley Green. 11 of 15, 73% completion percentage, 139 yards. This has been his best game of the season in terms of efficiency. Maybe not yardage, but he's being more efficient this game than he has so far this season.
And you're allowed to grade those games too. I mean, throwing for 139 yards in the first half against OPSU is a lot more meaningful than what you do against Arkansas Baptist. We all know it. And so this has definitely been, he stepped up big, and he's got a big moment right here, obviously trying to keep this drive alive, as you will get the ball first to start the second half as well.
Back to pass is Green. Green takes off to his right. He's looking to just make anything happen. Lets it go in his receiver's hands. Again, Khalil Jenkins with another first down reception moves the chains. It looks like Briley Green might have found his favorite 3rd down target.
And I thought that was, but what a great throw. We're looking at the replay there. He threw it high. He knew that guy was underneath. When he let loose, I was thinking pick 6 all the way, but that pass just kept elevating. Allow your big tight end to go make the jump catch. Another huge 3rd down conversion right around your 10-yard line. Briley Green stepping up.
They'll pitch it to Dudek. Dudek trying to find some blockers, cuts it back across the middle. Makes another man miss, spins off a tackler. He's down past the 40. What an incredible run. Keaton Dudek past midfield, out of bounds, just shy of the 30-yard line, down at the 33. That's one of the most incredible runs I have ever seen from Keaton Dudek.
That is spectacular. Just give him the room. Give him the room. You don't have to block the guy's stiff arm spins. Just give him any room to work with. He'll double back, triple back. Like I said, he keeps his head up. He keeps his head up the whole game. Another free play coming here for Green.
Green lets it go, looking for Zachariah Johnson. Johnson brings it in, breaks the tackle into the end zone. Touchdown Lions. Another free play, touchdown pass for Briley Green, his 2nd of the afternoon. And SAGU, pending the extra point, goes up 27-6.
Wait on the call, but I'm pretty sure we know what it is.
Offside.
Our heads are spinning up here.
Penalties decline. Touchdown.
Those were 3 of the best plays you will ever see in that quick a succession. That's back-to-back-to-back home runs right there. What a jump ball throw. Johnson gets it, throws his man to the ground. Another free play. What a drive. What a drive that was. It looked dead. Briley Green was running for his life just seconds ago before that strike. We had barely calmed down. We had not calmed down from the Keaton Dudek run before Green pulls that out.
I'm lightheaded. 27-6 after the extra point off Kieran Woolley is good. Just 3 incredible plays back to back to back, like you said. The 3rd down completion to Khalil Jenkins, the huge run from Keaton Dudek after running about 80 yards to pick up 40, essentially.
Yeah, we'll watch this one again. This is the one that we'll be talking about for a long time. This move right here. This is, if you put that in a movie, I would say cut that out, okay? Football players don't actually do that. They don't do the full stop, stiff arm, spin move around the guy, then break it for 40 more yards. Just cut that play out. And what a well-thrown pass. Johnson barely corralled it in, kept his feet. Oh, just walked in with a little bit of extra swagger on that one.
Zachariah Johnson gets SAGU a score before the half. Now there is 96 seconds left to go here in the first half, so you don't want to call it the double dip yet, where you score before the half, get the ball back, and try to get some points coming out of halftime. The SAGU defense still has to make one more stop here in the first half, but wow, what a half by Briley Green.
And what a turn of events right there. You're up 20-6. Looks like you're about to have to punt deep in your own end, facing 3rd and 10. At that point, who knows what happens? Instead, just seconds later, you're up 21-0. Just needing a couple of stops right here to go in with a huge lead into the half. Briley Green, 76.5% completion, 186 yards and a touchdown. And Keaton Dudek, 14 carries for 93 yards. I feel like 11 of those carries are for 1. Right. And he just keeps his head up and takes the other 3 for 92. He is finding a way to make it happen in the long run.
How about Khalil Jenkins? 4 catches, 61, his breakout game of the season. I think 4 catches, all 4 of them have gone for first downs. I think 3 of them on 3rd downs for Khalil Jenkins. An absolutely great ball game so far for the breakout tight end.
And he had to go up high to get that last one. That was not easy. Oh, loose ball.
He picks it up, Stevens. He's going to end up letting it go, finds nobody down the middle of the field. Incomplete, makes it 2nd and 10.
Just had to get rid of it. The Aggies, man, what an absolute turn of events as they were driving just moments ago before the interception. How about points off turnovers? 3 interceptions leading to 17 points for the Lions.
2nd and 10 here for Brandon Stevens and his Aggies offense. Want to try to get some sort of points on the board before halftime. Stevens takes a snap, he's back to pass, lets it go to the outside, brings it in, beautiful tackle in the open field. Ball was a little bit high, but a good tackle by Dylan Kaufman on the outside. No gain, makes it 3rd and 10.
Yeah, when you have to go up that high, that play's dead. If you are off your feet on a screen pattern, there's no chance for success. SAGU will use a timeout here to stop the clock as we're not talking double dip, we're talking triple dip right now. As the Aggies have massively struggled punting so far, and they have not had to punt into the wind yet.
First timeout here for SAGU. If you're the Aggies coming out of this timeout, are you going conservative here to try to make SAGU use that 2nd timeout, or you try to pick up the first?
I think I'm trying to pick up the first in this situation.
I agree.
Because the bigger danger here is not what can SAGU do with a couple of timeouts. Especially, timeouts don't mean as much in a college game where the clock stops on every first down. I need to pick this up because of what I've seen from my punting game so far. This is a stiff win. A couple of those early punts that we said could have been much more disastrous were aided by the wind. I'm trying to avoid this punt as much as possible because if you don't pick up this first down, SAGU will have decent field position and enough time to get in the field goal range undoubtedly.
3rd and 10. Brandon Stevens 4 wide here. 1:08 left to go in the first half. Stevens, he's back to pass. Pumps, steps up. He's going to get brought down for a sack. The first sack of the afternoon for this SAGU defense. Quavian Mitchell brings him down, and SAGU will take that 2nd timeout.
Coverage sack. Mitchell's going to
second timeout of the first
essentially sack him with his own offensive lineman. Just push back. As you see, Stevens trying to find somebody, pulls the cannon back, trying to let loose, just can't do it. That's what a 3-pick afternoon will do for you. Makes you a little bit hesitant. SAGU throws him for the big sack, and now with a minute left, SAGU has a timeout, a nerve-wracking punt coming up for the Aggies. And a game, what a quick turn here that felt pretty tight a second ago. Has a chance of becoming completely unraveled for the Aggies over the next, call it 6 minutes of football. With this last minute here, followed by SAGU getting the first drive to start the second half. By the time they get the ball back, it could be out of hand, and this punt is going to be a big determiner in that.
We'll probably be fielding the punt back around the 8 or 9 yard line for Javier Sinicio, and he will set up shop at the 7 yard line.
3 men back blocking. They have struggled on the exchange so far. SAGU definitely going to bring some pressure
here. Jalen Moss to return. A low snap, it's brought in. He does get it off, and he gets hit. Flags come out. as it stands, the ball bounces backwards down at the 50-yard line. That punter took quite the hit, so we'll see what they decide the call is here, whether it's 5 or 15 of the variety. Five-yard
personal foul.
It's going to be the 15.
Wow.
Roughing the kicker, number 29. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Break it down for us, Tim. The difference between the 5 and 15-yarder.
Well, obviously, 5-yarder, you might accept it and try to punt once more, but you would have probably just declining it. The 15-yarder, even though there's still 19 yards to go, it's that automatic. You're looking at two factors. One, are you hitting the plant leg? Two, are you hitting with force? Now, I couldn't tell on the replay there if the plant leg got hit, but he did get hit with a little bit of force, and that's just SAGU, coming in with all pressure. They know that this has been, honestly, that might be one time you might have wanted to kind of let it play out. You're getting the ball. They would have had the ball at the 49-yard line otherwise. So, tough penalty. Not the first we've seen this year of SAGU given a free set of downs on a roughing. Got to be a little bit more contained when you bring that pressure.
Stevens, back to pass, swings it out to his man. Beautiful one-handed catch. It's going to go nowhere. He's going to wish he would have dropped it. And the Aggies player is slow to get up after the hit. That is Ed Wilder. Snagged that one with one hand.
Oh, and I don't even think that's going to be a contact injury. You watched how he had to plant his legs and try to regroup himself.
Ed Wilder,
yeah, who I think this is going to be his legs just sort of planting wrong into the ground as he tried to catch that. Yeah, that's one he wished he would have batted down. We'll see it again here. This is, yeah, oh, you hate to see that. It's just those quick stops. He slowly makes his way off the field. Doesn't need a ton of help to do it, so that's a good sign. Yeah, it wasn't an impact play. It was a pure breaks situation. He has the lone Aggies touchdown on the day, so that'd be a tough loss. He's the one who got wide open on that busted play. He's been targeted multiple times on those quick screens. None of them have gone that well for them.
Panhandle takes their second timeout to avoid the 10-second runoff.
And the Aggies will use a timeout. They don't want, even though they lose 4 yards on first down, they take the timeout to not have the runoff.
In a half that has been as disastrous as this one has after the loss of 4, I think you take that 10-second runoff and live with it.
I guess your thought process is you're down 21, you need something. Yeah, and we're going to 4 wide here. We'll see if they stick conservative on the ground or if they start flinging it deep.
2nd and 14. Stevens back to pass. Lets it go into the flat, has his man on the outside, takes off. He's got enough for the first down. I guess that's why you take the timeout. Quincy Jones brings in the reception, moves the chains past midfield.
Find a soft spot in the SAGU defense who are playing deep. Trying to avoid the big hit down the field, not bringing a ton of pressure. But that gives them a little bit of a soft zone to work with. Approaching midfield, they now have 32 seconds left. A timeout, I believe, still in their pocket.
Yep, one timeout left. Here's Stevens. Facing pressure, he steps up past the line of scrimmage. He's going to have to tuck it and run. He's going to get taken down. About a 3-yard gain there on first
down. And he's going to wish he didn't drift past the line of scrimmage as he had a guy wide open. Jalen Partita was wide open around the 25-yard line.
Takes their third and final timeout.
They'll use the timeout there. You won't see Partita on the screen here, but right there, that's who he's looking at. And honestly, he may not have realized he was past the line of scrimmage. That might have just been having a defender in his face that made him finally tuck it and pick up a couple more yards. They use their third timeout, 21 seconds remaining. A drive that's only been kept alive thanks to an unfortunate roughing the punter penalty. Which, as we said, that's not the first time this year that SAGU has kept a drive alive off of a roughing situation.
Multiple times this season.
I get that one. I get why you're coming in so aggressively trying to make a big play happen with the way those exchanges have gone. But also, you just got to be more sound. If you see that it's all gone well, that's when you hold up just a tiny bit. Because had you not done it, you'd have had the ball at your own 49-yard line with a minute to play with. Instead, you're now needing a stop or two to keep the Aggies from putting some points back on the board late in this first half.
21 seconds, no timeouts here for the Aggies. 2nd and 7 right at midfield. 3 to the right, sends a man in motion. Stevens, back to pass, steps up, lets it go deep down the field. He's got a man at the 10, overshoots his receiver just by a step. That's a touchdown if he just takes a little bit off it, had his man beat.
Does a good job escaping a little pressure, stepping up in the pocket. That is a rope. And he did not miss by much. I don't even know if he needed to scale that one back by a full yard. That's probably just another foot or so he needed to bring it back.
Zamaria Fountain, the intended receiver, makes it 3rd and 7, 14 seconds left to play here in the first half. Again, ball at midfield here for OPSU. He sends Quincy Jones in motion, 5 wide now for Stevens. Stevens back to pass, drifting, rolling out to his left, stepping up. He's going to heave it. Brought in and caught, driven out of bounds, 4 seconds left to play. So there will be time for one more play here for the Aggies. I'm not sure they're quite in field goal range here. We haven't seen anything from their kicker to know if he can make a field goal of this length in Javier Sinicio.
Yeah, that'd be a 54-yarder into the wind. I'm not even sure if I would count on Kieran Woodley to be able to make that one, and he can hit them just about from anywhere. Just going to have to line up.
You put your tallest receivers on the field and heave it to the end zone, and it looks like they brought in a couple of 6-footers.
Yep, going Hail Mary here.
Kobe Hill, the 6'4" freshman tight end in the slot at the bottom of your screen. Here's Stevens. He steps up. He's going to heave it, let it go to the end zone, and it is broken up, maybe intercepted, and it is. They're going to end the half on their 4th interception. It tipped into the hands of Isaac Gowdy. So no touchdown and a nice little stat padding to end the half. The 4th interception from this SAGU defense. And you got to be thrilled with the way the defense has played here in the first half. Not just the defense, but Tim, the offense has showed up to work today here in Waxahachie.
Best all-around half we've seen from these Lions this year, I would say. Week 1 had some good moments, but you have faced some real adversity in this game, both offensively and defensively. You've hurt yourself with penalties, and you have absolutely risen to the occasion every single time. Yeah, that pick won't count for much other than just saying, we got 4 picks and a half. That feels real good. When they only have 2 more points than you have picks, you had a real good half as a defense.
Absolutely. Going into halftime here, SAGU leads 27-6. Tim, break down the scoring for us here that we've seen in an event-filled first half.
It started quick. First play from scrimmage on SAGU offense, 63-yard touchdown catch by Paulo Didi on a free play. Then the next drive, OPSU gets moving a little bit, gets into SAGU territory, and Carter Lincoln picks it off and takes it back for a pick 6 after a 3-and-out from the Aggies. Lions drive all the way down the field, get inside the 5-yard line, are forced to settle for a field goal to go up 17-0. We exchange a 3-and-out and a turnover on downs off a botched punt, and that's how the Aggies got on the board. They took advantage of a short field, 1 busted play on 3rd down, got a touchdown, had a botched snap on the extra point to cut it 17-6. Then the Lions 3-and-out. Aggies get the ball back, down 11, moving down the field, and it is Patrick McGee who gets the pick. SAGU marches down the field, converting a 3rd and 24 deep in their own end to get the field goal. Then a Carter Lincoln pick in SAGU territory leads to just one of the coolest. I don't use just dumb basic descriptors like that, but that was cool. That was a cool 3-play sequence, converting a 3rd, a rolling out to his right 3rd and 10, a Neon Dion level run from Keaton Dudek, and a monster touchdown pass to Zachariah Johnson.
Yeah.
I forgot which twin it was. I got my twins confused for a second on another free play thanks to offsides. Gives SAGU a 21-point advantage at the half.
All around phenomenal first half of action here between both sides of the ball for SAGU. The offense, Briley Green turning it around, and the defense, pick 6, 4 interceptions here in the first half. And then, of course, good special teams play here for Kieran Woodley as well. We're going to go live to Jazz Williams, who is with defensive coordinator Jared Hutchins. Jazz, down to you.
Tell us how that set the tone for today.
I mean, anytime you can get a score up, get a lot of momentum. Wish we wouldn't have had in the second quarter there, but things happen. We got to clean up. Hopefully, finish strong.
Your backfield has been making big plays today, with Carter Lincoln having 2 interceptions, but a total of 4 interceptions. What does that do for the offensive team on OPSU? How is that shaking up their game plan?
I mean, we really just challenged our guys because they've been in position to make these plays all year. But we were really hard on them this week in wanting to get at least 3. So we're already past that, but we don't want to be content. We want to keep fighting for more. But I'm really proud of the way they've responded to the individual.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Coach Hutchins. Got to be thrilled with the way his defense has played here in the first half. Job's not done, though. Half number 2 coming your way right here on the SAGU Sports Network.
Raising Cane's makes perfect chicken finger meals by marinating every chicken finger for 24 hours. That's a long time. I don't even know what I was doing 24 hours ago. But those mouth-watering chicken fingers were marinating the entire taste-tempting time. Impressive, since 24 hours is longer than most celebrity marriages. On that note, our chicken fingers, cane sauce, crinkle-cut fries, coleslaw, and Texas toast are the perfect marriage of fresh and tasty. Raising Cane's, one love.
When you trust someone with your money, you're part of something greater than yourself. You're investing in a principle that it takes individuals to create a community, that we are stronger when we support each other, that at some point, everyone will need a helping hand, that a meaningful purpose can be found in a calling. At AGCU, we're banking with a purpose, so you can live for yours.
lot of people think of the NAIA, they think, oh, the talent level is less. The talent level is not as great. That is just not true. You know, there's some great athletes out here that maybe didn't have the size or the athletic ability to play at D1 or D2, but the talent level out here is tremendous. If I could give anybody advice or pitch that to anybody, I'd say give the NAIA a chance. It's a great place to play.
Here is the perfect chicken finger. 4 of them, actually. They're hand battered. They're cooked to order. And made with love. Raising Cane's chicken fingers will make you say, "Oh yeah." Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
I would tell students to expect to make their lifelong friends. It's not hard to find your community because SAGU is home. You can find people that either have the same passion as you or it can be completely different, but at the same time, you're able to network, but they're also going to help you along the way too.
There's such a community there, and throughout my 3 years at SAGU, I built so many connections, so many opportunities. And not only the students care about you, they pray for you, and they guide you to your God-given gift and your God-given talent.
Community starts here.
At AGCU, we are committed to forging relationships centered around faith and finance. Our purpose is to provide financial solutions to help you succeed while we tithe 10% of our annual earnings to ministry and community organizations.
Your mercy's never ending, your kindness never fading. Jesus, you're always with me. You're always with me.
Welcome back to the SAGU Sports Network. We have half number 2 coming your way here between the Oklahoma Panhandle State University Aggies and your hometown SAGU Lions. There's your first half stats between both of these squads, and it has been all SAGU, all Lions here to start this game in the first half. 27-6 lead here against the Aggies. And if this is this looks like two completely different teams from last week against Texas Wesleyan and this week here against the Aggies.
Yeah, what an absolute, I mentioned a bit earlier, but what a bounce back half from this SAGU squad after just a demoralizing loss against the Rams just down the road in Fort Worth, 35-0. You would not have been stunned to see this team coming in here hanging their heads a little bit. The exact opposite, probably the best half we have seen them play against an Aggies team that is hot, coming in with 4 straight wins. Still 30 minutes to go, but at the moment, literally the only thing you can look at from that half is a fluke punt and a blown coverage. 2 plays are the only thing that went wrong essentially for the Lions. Otherwise, defense 4 interceptions, 3 3-and-outs. The SAGU offense has moved down the field, a couple of monster long drives. This play right here, not only the biggest play, but that fire, that shot in on 3rd and 10 to get that drive going. And then the play that's going to be all over the highlight reels. Expect this one as a YouTube short on the SAGU Sports Network YouTube channel this week, undoubtedly.
I've been enjoying those YouTube shorts, Tim. I like those one-shots that we get here on Instagram and Twitter and YouTube. And by the way, if you haven't, go follow SAGU Sports Network on all of our social medias. YouTube, like I said, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, we're putting out content pretty much every day, all throughout the week, and they've been killing it on the social media side. So go ahead and drop a follow, like, do whatever you need to stay in touch with the SAGU Sports Network in all of our sports here. Again, shout out to the SAGU Lady Lions women volleyball team. They again won today, 22-0 to start the season. The most wins, consecutive wins in SAGU Lady Lions history, dating back to 2018, breaking that record, and the first time that they've started 22-0 in a season. You look at the first half stats. Walk us through those as we prep for kickoff here, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing to look at is the yard differential. 140 yards separating these teams. Penalties have still been a problem. 8 for 70 yards, including one that kind of hurt their chance to get some points late. But the key players, Briley Green, 186 yards passing, 76.5% completion rating, 2 touchdowns. Keaton Dudick, 93 yards on the ground, looking to cross 100 yet again. Paul O'Didi had the big catch to start things off, and the Lions will get the ball first.
Short kick brought in at the 17, and almost breaking it wide open was Jalen Moss. Just barely missed out on a long return. But SAGU will take over at the 28-yard line.
And you're getting this feeling that maybe, just maybe, Briley Green is figuring it out on this field right now. He has had such a great first half, the best half we've seen from him. And this is a good time to really establish that growth. You're up by 21 points. Put together a drive or two here in the third quarter and get this thing out of reach. You've had these big conversions throughout the game. It's time to show you can completely take a game over.
Empty backfield here on first down. Back to pass. Swings it out. The receivers run into each other. Dudick and O'Didi got their feet crossed and couldn't quite get that route tree going.
Yeah, O'Didi's pointing to where he thought Dudick should have gone. As, they got their routes mixed up, and I think it's Dudick who's the one who got the wrong assignment, as that pass was intended for O'Didi. He was turning around with a quick hitch on the edge, and he was saying you should have gone further down the field, and that probably is the play call. Dudick get down the field, draw a defender off of him. A little bit of miscommunication at the line, and it will bring up 2nd and 10.
4 wide here for Green, 2nd and 10. Dudick in the backfield, sends a man in motion. It is Campbell. Green keeps himself, maybe a busted play there. Looked like he tried to pitch it to Dudick, and that is 2 miscommunications here to start the drive as Green and Campbell try to figure out what's going on there on 2nd down.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be a run option to the right side, and there was nowhere to go. The line completely collapsed. And yet again, Cameron Dickerson, he's had a couple of big plays already. He's the one who throws Briley Green for the loss, and it's 3rd and very long.
3rd and 15 to be exact. Here is Green, 3 to his left, 1 to his right. We've seen a couple of big 3rd down conversions. They just swing it out quick. Khalil Jenkins trying to break a tackle and get downfield. He picks up 0, no gain there. Makes it 4th and 15, and that is not how you want to start on offense coming out of the half with a 3 and out deep in your own territory.
Yeah, I think they're counting on some better blocking up the field, but Paulo Didi missed the first guy, and then there's just too many guys to block, hoping to get, maybe catch him off guard. They didn't want to come out with a quick 3 and out there. Give the Aggies a spark of life. Ryan Lewis has the wind at his back.
He gets it off, and it's a good punt, spiraling down. Fair catch called for and brought in at the 31-yard line. So a good punt there from Ryan Lewis to get it back to around the 30-yard line. About as good a job as you can ask there from your freshman punter.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's excelled all year long. Outside of that one little glitch earlier today, he has always stepped up, and with the wind at his back, you can always count on the return man having to take a few steps back. Return men usually put themselves further back than they think they need to because they want to be coming forward towards that ball to catch it with forward momentum. If you see the return man taking steps back, it means you have overwhelmed him. You have surprised him with how far that ball is going.
First 10 here for Brandon Stevens in the Aggies offense. Takes a snap, fakes a handoff, he throws it out to the flat. A good job, has him for a second, and he breaks the tackle. Was in the grasps of a SAGU defender, but did a good job of keeping his feet and turning a loss into a gain of 3.
Jay Shone Brown, absolutely wrapped up by Carter Lincoln. Great job of breaking that tackle. Just a gain of 2, but it prevents a costly loss.
Makes it 2nd and 8. Keeps it himself, does Stevens. Stevens looking to do anything, lets it go, and it's going to be tipped, almost intercepted. That ball was in the air for what seemed like an hour, and it just off the hands of Isaac Gowdy, and they were that close to the 5th interception for the SAGU defense.
It looked like McNeil might have been trying to tip it back down. We'll see here. Oh, yeah, McNeil just could not get his hands on it all the way. But I think he was going up to try to actually tip it back into play. 3rd and 8 as the defense completely overwhelms Brandon Stevens on that one.
There's Stevens on 3rd down.
Almost jumped up the middle.
Almost jumped off sides. 3rd and 8. We get whistles. It's going to be a delay of game. So that's going to move him back 5, make it 3rd and 13.
Delay a game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
3rd and 8 turns into 3rd and 13, and the job gets that much harder here for the Aggies offense.
Aggies with a 3rd down conversion rate in the teens today. Not a method for success. And looking down a 3rd and very long. This is where SAGU's defense can bring that pressure, and we're seeing some right there, bringing the linebacker up for the middle gap.
Back to pass, Stevens lets it go, clean pocket. He's got his man brought in, but he's got nowhere to go. SAGU's defenders swarming to the ball. Needed 13, only picked up about 7.
Brown does another good job there of breaking a few tackles, keeping that play alive for longer than it was going to be. He had it at the 33. But even so, only picks up about another 3 yards doing that. They will bring the punt unit back out. A little bit too early to go for it, as even though you did pick up the extra yardage there. A little too early to start thinking about going for it on your own end of the field.
Javier Sinicio on to punt. Another low snap, but he does end up getting it off. It's a low line drive kick and takes a fortunate Aggies bounce down at the 40, or rather the 37-yard line.
It is the 4th 3 and out for the Aggies in their now 9 drives. They have the 1 touchdown drive. The other 8 drives have either been 3 and outs or interceptions. SAGU's defense has been locking them down.
So after the 3 and out, SAGU's offense comes back onto the field here. SAGU's defense up to the task, holding the Aggies to a 3 and out themselves.
And that's got to give you confidence as an offense for what you have to do in this half, knowing you have that defense that may not be able to allow 21 points.
Dudek nowhere to go. He's going to get brought down for a loss of 2 on the play. 2nd and 12 incoming here for the SAGU Lions.
Absolutely no movement up the middle. You need quicker hitters than that. We have an Aggie down after the play. Just about every single part of the line gets overwhelmed there. Dudek's only success has been around the edges. There have not been those seams he needs to find any gap in the line. Looks like down on the field is Jaquavion Daniels, who has been one of the key members of this defense. Couple of big tackles for a loss earlier on in this game. Looks like he might just be, always hope he's cramping in this situation. It is hot and humid here in Waxahachie.
As it tends to be.
Yeah, definitely not pristine October 15th football.
Was watching the Penn State-Michigan game earlier today. It was 52 degrees up in Ann Arbor. We're about 92. Maybe not quite 90, but down here in Texas. It makes no sense.
If we play at 4 in the morning, we might get some temperatures in the 60s. I'm not sure if it's worth it.
I don't think so. The second and 12 here for Briley Green. The Aggies show pressure. They bring it. Quick hitter to the outside off the hands of Colby Tanner. Couldn't quite get his head around in time to see that one coming in. It was on a dart by Briley Green. Falls incomplete.
Green probably let that one out just a hair too quick, as Tanner hadn't made his complete route yet. Was on target, and had he caught it, he would have had the angle to probably pick up the first down. The second drive in a row, SAGU will face a 3rd and long at their own 35-yard line this time.
Trying to avoid a second straight 3-and-out here for the Lions. 3rd straight 3-and-out between either team here to start the second half. Green comes out 3rd and 12. 4 wide, 2 on either side. Sends a man in motion. That's Colby Tanner. Green takes a snap, pitches it to Dudek. Dudek met with immediate pressure, and he's going to get brought down for a huge loss. That makes it 3rd and about 15. That just the play just wasn't there. The pitch happened, and the man was already in the backfield.
Tyreek Kimball, and this is a situation where that play has an opportunity to work usually because you're not expecting a run at that distance. Kimball is not coming up the middle to get Dudek. He's coming up the middle to get Briley Green, but he so completely won his assignment that he could just pick whoever had the ball in his hands. You don't usually expect a run on 3rd and long to get thrown for that big of a loss, but struggles up front for the Lions continue.
Lewis gets the punt. Oh, how about this one? Driving him back to the 20. Going to try to get a return out of it and is brought down inside the 30-yard line. Ryan Lewis with a beautiful punt, facing pressure. Gets it down and once again flips the field position.
That's a gorgeous spiral. If that had been a spiral on a pass, he wouldn't have complained about it. And his knee's going to go down at around the 26-yard line. That's where they're going to, I guess they'll rule the ball was right around the 27 when he went down. So 2 3-and-outs, but Ryan Lewis has kept field position from being an issue.
Wonderful punt there from Lewis. Again, the freshman, one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent player on this SAGU squad on any phase of the game. Here's Stevens on 1st down, fakes a handoff. He's back to pass. Let's go deep down the field. His man has a step, fading for it. Is it intercepted? It is the 5th interception of the afternoon for the Lions. And Patrick McGee gets his 2nd of the ball game. And SAGU's offense has to put their helmets on and come right back out as they force their 5th turnover of the afternoon.
McGee, this is simple single coverage. It's one-on-one.
The second time he's done that this afternoon.
And the ball was placed where he was able to box out and go back and get it. We'll catch the replay here. Play action pass. Stevens throws it deep. McGee stays in coverage. Almost the exact same pick he had last time. Just didn't have to quite run the same distance. Keeps his body between the wide receiver and the quarterback. Easy pickings. And as you mentioned, a 5-0 turnover ratio right now.
Briley Green goes deep to Paul O'Deedy, and Paul O'Deedy goes up, brings it in, and gets the Lions into Aggies territory. Quick first down on the first play. A flag does come out.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, number 25. 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
Daquan Charles tack 15 on to the end of that long pitch and catch from Green to O'Deedy, and SAGU's offense cook it after the turnover.
And those two are absolutely on a wavelength right now on these kind of jump ball throws where he's throwing it up where only O'Deedy can get it. And then that can be such a huge asset for a young quarterback to have a guy who can go and get passes that might be 100% on target, be a little bit to the left, a little bit high, and O'Deedy is able to go get those passes.
First and 10 after the long completion and the roughing the passer. Looking down the middle of the field, a lot of contact, and a flag comes out from that back official. This will be pass interference that goes against the Aggies, and it looks like Jordan Hunter was the one in coverage.
Yeah, too much jersey holding going on that pass over the middle.
They are discussing. We haven't heard the official call yet. Here it comes.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 2.
Okay.
10-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Instead of the holding, instead of the pass interference, rather, it's the holding. 10-yard penalty, automatic first down here for the Lions, and they are now inside the red zone of the Aggies.
Which actually wouldn't have made that big of a difference because the pass interference would have been a half distance to the goal and a 12-yard penalty. So, well thrown ball draws the flag.
Aggies show pressure, and they bring it. Screenplay drawn up. Dudek brings it in, and he's going to wish he didn't. Yeah. He's going to get brought down for a loss of 5 on the play.
That's never the way you think as a running back. You never think that you want to let that ball hit the ground. He was the intended receiver. Looks like Green's arm might have almost been hit as he was letting it loose. Fluttering pass. It looks like somebody, Keaton Dudek lost the side of his helmet there. Chipped it right off.
Wow.
That's what's lying on the field. Keaton Dudek playing with a scuffed up helmet for the rest of this ball game. See if we can get another shot of it here in a second. Yeah, you see that big gaping white hole on the left side of his head. That's where his number ought to be. That was a hard hit.
We'll see if we get a close-up of that here at some point. We're going to get a delay of game penalty here. It's going to go back 5 yards.
Offense, 5-yard penalty. Remain second down.
Make it 2nd and 20 now. So SAGU's offense moving the wrong way.
Yep, you have the 5-yard loss on the pressure in Green's face. Another, I guess you don't call it a pre-snap penalty. You never got to the snap, but another dead ball penalty.
Green back to pass, dumps it off to Dudek. Dudek trying to make a man miss. He does. Turns on the Jets, fighting for every yard he can. A lot of action for 2 yards there from Keaton Dudek. Makes it 3rd and about 18.
Nothing much to work with. He said he's going to have to fight just to keep this from being a loss of 2. Bobbles the ball a little bit. Right there he has a hole. Hanging on for dear life. Number 50, Victor Villa. They'll pick up a couple. Bring up 3rd and 18. There's some discussion coming. Maybe this discussion on where to place the ball. The ball is at the 22-yard line. The line to gain is at the 4, so 3rd and 18 coming up.
We've seen Kieran Woodley with a 47-yard field goal today. It would be about 45 from where it's at currently. Or 49 rather, 49 from where it's at currently.
Wind is still very much in SAGU's advantage.
Snap here on 3rd and long. He's just going to try to go deep to the corner for Odidi. Odidi, double coverage, can't bring it in. So that's going to bring up 4th down, and Woodley will step out onto the field here for a 49-yard field goal attempt.
Decently placed ball here, and that's thrown into double coverage, and just going up and making a great play is Kavia Reese. Mentioned him in pregame. He will get a pass broken up there. Odidi had a shot at it, but Reese breaks it up, and so it will be a 39-yarder. SAGU looking to score their first second half points.
39, not 49. I can't do math then. 39-yard field goal here for Woodley. The kick is up. It's a low line drive, but it is no good. They're going to say he missed left.
Yep.
It looked good from here, but maybe just missed past that left cross, or the left up post rather.
That can happen a lot of times when you get put on that right hash. You overcorrect a little bit, got a little bit of distance, so you got to put some leg into it. So a missed field goal will keep the score right where it is. OPSU avoids more points off of turnovers. Before that, the 3 previous picks had led to 17 points. Their 4th came essentially as a garbage time interception.
Hey, it still counts.
Yeah, it very much counts. You get to put that on the stat sheet for sure. Their 5th pick results in no points.
Stevens keeps it himself, spins, brought down from behind. Jaden Chappelle on the tackle. Gain of about 4 there on 1st down.
They found a little bit of success late in the half. relying on Stevens to just take it himself. See if they go back to that now.
Swings it out. May have been a backward pass. Tough to tell, but hit out of bounds after a gain of 3. They're going to call it a gain of 4. Bring up 3rd and 2.
Yeah, that was a lateral. Had to go back and get it. A little bit of forward progress and a hurry-up offense now for the Aggies.
Third and 2, less than 7 to play here in the third quarter. SAGU still leading 27-6. Stevens back to pass, facing pressure in his face. It's incomplete. Had his man, looking for his man out in the flat. Could not complete it. Good coverage though by SAGU, and the punting unit will come out for the Aggies.
That's another one of those where if that had been thrown a little bit more on target, closer to his intended receiver, Jalen Partita, I think Damaris Heron's going to pick that off. That's one of those where the coverage forces the pass to be a little bit more safe away from the receiver. And another 3 and out following the missed field goal.
Low snap brought in. He does end up getting it off. Low line drive kick. SAGU just got to get away from this one. Those are so dangerous to even consider getting close to. Takes an Aggie bounce, and SAGU will take over at the 36-yard line.
SAGU's offense last drive picked up a little bit after the interception. Weren't able to finish it off, and primarily thanks to, when you put yourself in holes like that, you lose 5 on first down, you get an unnecessary delay of game penalty. That puts you in too big of a hole to come back from. We've seen them convert some huge third downs in this game. 3rd and 24, 3rd and 10 to get scoring drives, but that is not a sustainable strategy no matter who you are. 3rd and long is you never want to be there. And the truth is the best offenses are never there. The best offenses don't face 3rd and long. Yep. So it's almost an unfalsifiable premise.
3 stacked to the right of Briley Green. He swings it out quick and hit immediately. Brought down for a big loss. The blocking just not there. Zachary Johnson takes a lick.
Joshua Stolivan sheds right through, and SAGU's thrown a couple of these bubble screens today and have just not had the men up front. Either they've thrown it to guys on islands, or when they do throw it out there, the guys just are not locking up these Aggies DBs. They've been feasting on these quick bubble screens. These safe routes have not been so safe as that one loses 3 yards.
2nd and 13. Green back to pass. Let's go to the sideline. Has 2 men there, but misses them both. Looks like maybe it's hard to tell who the pass was intended for.
Maybe a little bit more miscommunication in that situation. You don't need 2 receivers standing in the same spot. Because of that, both of them kind of see each other, and neither one made the move towards the ball. Probably wouldn't have been all that catchable anyways. So back facing 3rd and very long.
Adrian Rowell, maybe the intended receiver on that pass, brings up 3rd and 13. Back to pass is Green, trying to convert another 3rd down and long. Lets it go, throws it back across his body, finds Dudek. Dudek cuts it to the sideline, cuts it back in, throws a stiff arm. He's got enough for a first down. A flag comes in late. An incredible throw by Briley Green back across his body, and maybe even better after the catch was Keaton Dudek.
We will wait on the call as a flag did come in, but what a spectacular effort by Dudek to at the moment have picked up this first down. He's instead to right his own 49-yard line. That's what he can do to guys.
Face mask. Defense, number 11. 15 yards will be added to the end of the run. First down.
And so instead of being on
for an injury.
Jaquavian Daniels injured down on the SAGU sideline.
And I thought that's what it might have been. When he was fighting through there, I thought I saw his helmet turn a little awkwardly. So we said you can't keep putting yourselves in situations. Well, they find their way out of it again. 3rd and very long. Keaton Dudek doing what he does best and just putting on a highlight reel. Injured on the SAGU sideline was Jaquavian Daniels. He walked off gingerly a moment ago as well. So he got back out onto the field, but having to leave again, walking very slowly. But after that big reception that get the third down, SAGU will tack on 15 more and be at the 29-yard line.
We got trivia, Tim. I know everyone loves this. Why don't you go ahead and hit us with that question?
Oh, goodness. When was the last time SAGU had 5 interceptions in a game? I can guarantee you they didn't have 5 interceptions in the first 33 minutes of that game like they did today.
That goes above me. I'm not sure. I don't have an answer for that one.
See, I'm going to feel real bad if it's one of the games we actually commented. I'm hoping that game happened on the road, and that's why I can't remember it.
I'm just going to chalk it up to we've done so many of these games together that we don't remember.
That is true. 5 picks in a game. I'll have to think about that.
Put your answers in chat if you have any remote of an idea.
I got to ask, okay, how specific do I have to be? Do I have to? Can I just guess the year as that play is going to get blown up?
I think they want the game.
Do we need the actual game?
I think they want the game.
I'm looking to my producer. Do I need the actual game, or can I just guess a year?
Another injury here for the Aggies. Down on the field is going to be Victor Villa.
This is the rules for everyone, too. This is very important. What's our ruling from the judge? You can just pick the year. So you don't need the exact game, which is good because there was no way I was getting that. So
you pick the year, I'm going to pick the team that I think it was against.
Okay, we'll team up on this one. Family Feud style.
I'm not going year. I'm just going to go against the team.
I know what I'm saying. I'll pick one half, you pick the other. Let's see. I'm trying to think. When was the last time this team just had such a
I'm going. They used to beat Haskell quite badly back when I was in school. I'm going to go. It came against Haskell. That's my guess. I don't know a year, but I'm saying Haskell.
Okay, I'm going to go with what year it would have had to be, in my opinion. What was the first Victory Bowl year? See, now I'm
2016.
It was 2016.
Victory Bowl, yeah.
That's what I thought. That defense was stout that year. So I'm going to say the year was 2016, which means it couldn't have been Haskell.
Couldn't have been Haskell if that's the case.
No,
You're going
it couldn't
2016.
have been Haskell. I think that defense was a swarming defense back in 2016.
Well, they had the All-American Defensive Player of the Year in Devon Brown on that defense.
Here comes our answer. 2015 versus...
You know what? You were closer than I was.
Versus Wayland Baptist. Here are the names.
Here's some names. A throwback. Ethan Eastwood, Trevor Van Kempen, Deontay Morrison. Wow, look at these throwback names.
I mean, and you spread it out, too. What did that Ethan Eastwood interception look like, I wonder? It had to be at the line, right?
Whatever it looked like, it wasn't the most athletic play in the world, I'll promise you that.
So that was the last. So it's been a full 7 years since SAGU has had a 5-interception game. And again, not having to go back and check those stats, I very much doubt they had those 5 picks in the first, give or take, 35 minutes.
Deontay Morrison, my roommate my first semester here at SAGU. That's wild. That's quite the throwback. Those names that we see there. So 2015, not too far off for you, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, they had a pretty good defense there for a while.
Was that at Wayland Baptist or was that home? So you were calling that game. I was on the sidelines, and we didn't remember.
I would not have been calling that game
not at
yet.
that point. So it's worse for me. I was on the sidelines, and I couldn't remember.
I joined. That's the reason I went to that Victory Bowl season. That's the first year I came back on board.
There it is.
After a couple of years abroad. So I watched those games all that year. I definitely was watching SAGU Sports Live, SAGU Sports Network all 2015, as that team was really, that was a turning point year.
Absolutely.
They started building, and then that 2016 breakthrough year. 2015 was laying the foundation. Player still down on the field, now sitting up. I believe it's going to be number 50, Victor Villa. He had a big play not too long ago.
As we get a look across the Sooner Athletic Conference, we have a delay in play here. LCU 34, the Wildcats up 34-10 against Wayland Baptist. Lyon has stretched out the lead against Texas College. Texas College, again, looking for their first win since 2019. Doesn't look like it's going to happen today. And then Texas Wesleyan taking it to Langston. Fortunately, we're able to see Villa get up. He is being helped off the field, so we don't like to see that, but it's a good thing he's up here and able to gingerly make his way to the sideline.
Not putting any pressure on that right foot or that right leg at all. Good to see that he's up. You're always worried when a guy's down that long of what you might be looking at, so probably just consulting with him, seeing if he's even capable to get off the field at all. with an apparent leg injury. But good to see that he is up and moving, as we will now reset here in just a moment after a 3-yard loss from the Lions. We'll bring up 2nd and 13 on the OPSU 32-yard line. Texas Wesleyan about to punt it, and crucial drive coming up for Langston as they trail by 19. They have pretty much are in must-score situations the rest of this ball game. As we mentioned pregame, they control their own destiny, but they are 17 minutes away from losing that control, while Texas Wesleyan would be right back into it, just needing an Ottawa, Arizona loss.
5 wide here for Green, 4 to his left. Back to pass is Briley Green. He lets it go far side and looking for Zachary Johnson. Falls incomplete. We get a flag here at the 30. They may get SAGU for an illegal formation here. The 4 to the left looked a little funky, but we'll see what the call is.
Somebody might have been off the line.
You try to
ineligible downfield. That's exactly.
When you try to stack the line and stack players on one side, it seems more often than not you run into that.
An eligible player downfield. Number 80 of the offense was covered up. Went past the line of scrimmage. That penalty's declined. 3rd down.
Got so much you got to remember every time you hit the line. Procedure matters. They declined the penalty, however, to bring up 3rd and long. SAGU missed a field goal their last time out, so I don't think you want to try to kick in a 49-yarder here. If you don't have the first down play, looking to maybe pick up a couple to make this a little bit more makeable for Kieran Woodley.
3rd and 13, Green back to pass, floating. Letting it go middle of the field. It's brought in. Zachary Johnson, he cannot advance. Got to be careful there. I've seen penalties thrown on that, getting up after the catch, hitting the ground and running. But fortunately for SAGU, it's enough for the first down, and they convert another 3rd and long.
They're going to hurry up here. They gave him a very, very favorable spot.
Can't look at it anyway.
No, yeah, we have the replay, but there's no headset for them to look at. I think he was a yard short. The referee marked him at the 18. He was at the 19.
Stretch concept here for Dudick. It looked a little weird off the snap, and Green kind of had to rush out to get it to him. Fortunately, the miscommunication doesn't hurt him. They pick up 4 on first down.
That's one of those times where getting up and running afterwards, what it did is you left the scene of the crime. They couldn't walk in and see where you still were.
Maybe it was a heads-up play by Johnson.
The ref kind of had to walk forward and say, I think he was right about here. Because of that, he got the extra yard. I think they were facing 4th
play
and a half a yard otherwise. And that instead get a little bit of luck there.
Dudick around the edge to the 10. He's going to walk into the end zone. Keaton Dudick takes the handoff from Briley Green from 14 yards out and finds his way into the end zone for the first time today. Kieran Woodley comes on for the extra point. SAGU looking to go up 34-6.
Blocking was sound all the way across, and Dudick with a scuffed up helmet. That's the kind of game it's been for him. Even so, has now crossed 100 yards rushing on the game and punches it into the end zone. Another drive where SAGU converted a 3rd and long thanks to Dudick. And they put it up and through to take a 34-6 lead. A great game from Keaton Dudick, all things considered. This is high quality.
I know that 47. I know this is throwing it back.
This is high quality. This
is the game.
This is the game we were just discussing. The old all-purple
21,
uniforms.
Shaquem Taylor down at the bottom of your screen.
So is this going to be the Ethan Eastwood interception, I guess?
I'm not sure. He wore a couple of different numbers. He wore 50 and 7 when he was here at SAGU. I think 2015 might have been the last year he wore number 50.
Look at that.
There he is, middle of the field, number 7. What am I talking about?
Let's see here.
Oh, Eastwood, there it is. Look at it.
What are you talking about? That was super athletic, Adam. That
Ethan Eastwood, man. He is a firefighter in Dallas now. So If you knew Eastwood at all, it's the perfect profession for that man.
I always say a firefighter has to be capable of carrying me out of a burning building. I trust Ethan Eastwood to do it. How about, gotta give it up to the producer on the ones and twos right there, dialing up the highlight we were talking about.
From 7 years ago, almost to the day 7 years ago.
Mere minutes. We officially have a sports research department going live here. Super impressive.
Man. Wow.
See, if you'd asked me to guess where was Eastwood's interception, I wouldn't have said the first out of the 5. I'd have said the 5th, desperation slinging the ball around. It was the first one. He started
opening
that
up
off.
the scoring with the pick 6 from Ethan Eastwood. Back here in present day Waxahachie, SAGU now on defense after the touchdown on first down, slinging out to the 30-yard line for about a 5-yard gain. SAGU leading 34-6 after the touchdown run, 14-yard touchdown run from Keaton Dudick.
Touchdown drive again following another huge 3rd and long conversion as SAGU has taken control of this one late in the 3rd quarter.
3rd and 5. New quarterback in for the Aggies. Going to keep it himself. Look for something working here. Nothing going. That's going to be Dontrell Session into the game. 5 interceptions on the day from Brandon Stevens. And it looks like the Aggies and head coach Bob Majewski have went ahead and made the executive decision to move to Dontrell Session, at least for this drive here. We'll see what happens. Makes it 3rd and 5.
And welcome to the game. There's Keandre Belcher taking you down for no gain.
Always a scary sight to step into the game for your first action cold, probably not warmed up really at all, jumping into the game, and Keandre Belcher is directly across center from you. 3rd and 5 here for the Aggies. Session back to pass. He rolls out to his left. Lets it go across the middle of the field. It looked like it might have skipped to his receiver, and it did. Falls incomplete. Brings up 4th down, and the Aggies will bring the punting unit back onto the field. Javier Sinicio, busy man back there today. Comes on to punt with 2:01 left in the 3rd quarter.
4th drive of the quarter, and the Aggies have yet to pick up a first down in the second half. OPSU with just 7 yards on the ground that have not been picked up by their quarterback. Blocked punt!
Blocked punt.
Scoop
and a live
and
ball.
score.
Scoop and score. The Lions in all facets of the game. Justin Campbell recovers the blocked punt. They've scored on offense. They've scored on defense. They've scored on special teams. Everyone eating today here in Waxahachie. And it looks like first man to the ball, the block the punt was Christopher Bakos, and Campbell, the scoop and score. 41-6 pending an extra point.
They've been bringing that pressure all day. It resulted in a 15-yard penalty earlier. Well, you'll take the occasional 15-yard penalty if you get that. Blocked punt, almost untouched. Just got his full body in to block that one. Scooped it up, walked it in. And SAGU has now taken complete control of this ball game as the extra point is up and good. 41-6, 35-point lead. And yeah, the SAGU defense and special teams are now outscoring the Aggies 14-6 in this ball game. We got a live look in at Texas Wesleyan and Langston, where Langston has scored. So it gets a little bit exciting out there.
12 point. It's the Sooner game of the week. In Fort Worth. It is. Is it in Langston? It's in Fort Worth. In Fort Worth for Texas Wesleyan and the Rams. It's living up to the expectations. 20 versus 19. Langston making it a ball game. Still 12-point game. Wesleyan's got to go down, and it looks like Wesleyan is maybe on. It's hard. They might be setting up for special teams, maybe kickoff here. Hard to tell. But Langston making it a ball game here. 12-point game.
Getting back into it. They trailed, I believe it was 26-7
Yes,
earlier.
they did. Yep.
So
absolutely.
they have closed the gap to make it exciting here in the 4th quarter. Both teams know It's lose or go or stay home. Not go home. You get to play more football after this, but it's lose or stay home in late November if you lose this ball game.
Kieran Woodley's kickoff, again, this time through the end zone. Done a really good job kicking from this end of the field with the wind. Not really anything you could expect to do off the foot of Kieran Woodley. Touchback after touchback. And the Aggies will take over at the 25-yard line.
SAGU's defense will come back out. As you said, they've had essentially 3 3-and-outs in this half. That one goes down as a blocked punt touchdown. And go back in this game. Start of the second quarter, it's a 17-6 ball game. SAGU has a 3-and-out. Aggies start moving, and you go, okay, here we go. Here's going to be a contested game. McGee gets his first pick, and ever since then, the Lions have been rolling.
Pitch to the running back here, going nowhere, brought down for a loss of 1 on the play. Will make it 2nd and 11.
And it was after that pick that SAGU faced the 3rd and 24 at their own 10. Again, just up 11, very much a ball game. That conversion undoubtedly goes down, even though that drive just resulted in a field goal. That 3rd and 24 conversion is undoubtedly the play of the game, as it flipped everything. It changed the entire mentality of this SAGU team, and ever since then, it has just been an exhibition of skills across the board.
Here's Session. He's going to tuck it himself and run, and he's met immediately. Looked like something might have opened up there, and just all of a sudden a sea of purple closed that gap.
With a running start, blowing that up, Damaris Heron.
3rd and 13.
Aggies getting the play call in, taking their time. At this point, they've had such little to work with in this half, as SAGU's defense, as good as they were in the first half, have been even better in the second.
Here's Session, back to pass on 3rd and long. Let's go deep down the field as a man. His man had a step and just overthrown of his receiver, Zamaria Fountain. And the Aggies will bring out the punting unit once again.
Big incompletion, as it will force the Aggies to punt into the wind for one last time. With 12 seconds remaining, had the clock run out on the half, they would at least have the wind at their back on the punt. Instead, their special teams unit, which has been up and down throughout the game. The ups were the times they didn't have the punts blocked, and the downs have been the other times.
Another low snap. They end up getting the punt off. No rush by SAGU this time. Jalen Moss is going to pick it up, and that was dangerous. He's going to get brought down. Fortunately, he didn't lose control of that ball. They will end up having the ball at the 45-yard line.
With exactly 1 second left in the third quarter. As we look in real fast again in Fort Worth, Texas Wesleyan is driving with that 12-point lead. Points would be very damaging. That looks like it was 3rd down, however, so they'll bring on their kicking unit. That turned into a bit of a kicking factory if you watch if you were watching last few weeks.
New quarterback here for SAGU is Caleb Welch into the game, up 41-6. 1 second left, so this will be the last play here of the third quarter. We'll turn around, hand it off to Dudick. Dudick looking to try to go outside. Nothing doing. They're going to lose 1.
That's the end of the third quarter.
Coming into the fourth quarter, SAGU with a 41-6 lead. Facing a 2nd and 11. Put your 4s up. Last quarter of play coming your way here from Waxahachie in a game that has just been all SAGU in all 3 phases of the game. Offense scoring, defense scoring, special teams scoring on a blocked punt. Has just been a really good day at the office for everybody involved in the SAGU organization.
So here they are lined up for the kick, and it looks like it's a fake.
A wonderful, oh my goodness. Can we get another look? I want to see that again. Hang on, I had to get out of my chair so I can see this. Looks like they line up for the field goal. Looks to be a routine 41-yard field goal. Watch what the holder does here.
I'm trying to see who even gets the ball. I couldn't even tell the first time around who gets the ball. The snap will go.
So he sends a man in motion. Not even in motion. He just pitches it back, and he gets it and throws a dime down to the 5-yard line for the touchdown.
Wow.
That is unbelievable.
And that might be the play that puts that game away.
Wow.
I was mentioning this a moment ago. They've turned a bit of special teams factory. If you've been watching any Texas Longhorns football this year, when you see Daniel Trejo go out there and punt, well, you were watching him punt in this stadium last year. He was a Texas Wesleyan Ram last season. He's now been punting for the Longhorns and punting well.
Welch going for Odidi. Odidi brings it in. What a ball by Caleb Welch, and Paul Odidi goes up, falling over, brings it in, and SAGU moves the chains.
He is the jump ball specialist. Turns around. Oh, looks like it might have moved a little bit when he hit the ground. They give him the catch, though. Down to the 36-yard line.
That's going to be a false start. Zachariah Johnson got a little bit of a head start there on his route up at the top of your screen.
False start. Offense, number 11. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Caleb Welch, the sophomore, into the game now. Probably will see him throughout the end of this game with Briley Green setting the helmet down after the best game of his collegiate career to this point. Again, just a freshman, so hard to quantify what he'll do in the future here at SAGU, but this game today, by far his best game as a SAGU Lion.
You know, we envisioned some scenarios as the ball's tipped over the middle in which Briley Green was replaced by Caleb Welch today.
We did.
We really did in pregame. It was not because the Lions were up 41-6 at the start of the fourth quarter. After these last few tough weeks for Briley Green, he has answered the call and then some, to where now it's Caleb Welch coming in to get a little bit of playing time. You can't say enough of what Briley Green has done today after last week, after these last couple of weeks, really. What an answer from this freshman quarterback.
Putting the doubters to bed, which is something he has yet to really see in his young freshman career. Loss of one there for Keaton Dudek. Putting the doubters to bed.
Yep.
I mean, really just coming through a bounce-back game in which your offense gets shut out against a rival in a game really that could define your season against Texas Wesleyan. A really good job by a freshman. You don't see that often from a true freshman to be able to come back from a game like that and put on a performance like he has today.
His best game of the year. And again, we talked, pregame. I picked the Aggies because they were on a roll.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but you did.
I picked them. And I said, it'd probably be tight. I could easily envision SAGU winning this game. I did not envision this. A fourth quarter of backups and just running the clock out. They pick up a few here on 3rd and 16, and they'll probably just stay on the field. Too long to try a field goal with the wind in their face.
4th and about 7 here on a pretty good pass there from Welch.
Yep.
Makes it 4th and manageable.
Yeah, you get 4th and manageable. You're not going to try a 49, almost 50-yard field goal into the wind, not especially when points don't really matter at this point. Keep Caleb Welch out there. They'll go 5 wide and see what they can make happen.
4th and 6, Caleb Welch facing his first 4th down of the season. Back to pass, lets it go to the flat. A little too hard for Keaton Dudek. I'm not sure he would have had enough room for the first down anyway. That's going to be a turnover on down. SAGU's defense will come back out onto the field as the Aggies prepare to take their snaps here. 12:51 left in the fourth quarter.
And for SAGU's defense, as I mentioned, they have yet to allow a first down in this half. 4 3-and-outs and an interception, with one of those 3-and-outs resulting in a blocked punt return for a touchdown. It has been an absolute masterclass. The only points allowed came off a drive that started at the SAGU 30 and had one blown coverage. That is it.
They will hand it off here on first down. Short gain there of about 1 on first. As
we said a while ago, without the quarterback scrambles, The Aggies had only picked up 7 yards on the ground. There's just been nothing for them to have through the ground, through the air, outside of one play. It has been a one-play game for this offense.
Back to pass this session. Let it go deep down the field.
That's
going to be almost the 6th interception of the ball game, and just running into traffic, 2 defensive backs.
I am pretty sure Dylan Kaufman breaks this up. I am pretty sure this is an easy interception, and he did. Kaufman broke it up. Absolutely was going to be intercepted, but Dylan Kaufman came in and broke it up. I mean, you don't get many of those typically where you're the only guys nearby. The left fielders and center fielders do it all the time. But that race is what was almost a 6-pick day. We were going to have to put our producer back on it and find the last 6 interception game. Pull those DAC stats from 1998.
Yeah, 3rd and 8 on the way. Long pass brought in. Beautiful catch for a first down. Kobe Hill, the tight end, with a tough catch.
This is a difficultly thrown ball, too. He's having to reverse against his momentum to go get it. Big 3rd down conversion getting into SAGU territory. So they take advantage of the SAGU dropped interception. SAGU trying to get some men changed in here.
They'll hand it off here on first down, and again, SAGU stonewalls them on defense. Maybe a half a yard. They'll probably call it 2nd and 9.
Willie McCline nowhere to go. Yeah, they'll give him a half yard, but that's just because of where he fell.
Second and 10, they call it a full 10. It might be a short 10 here, actually. Where they're lined up will be 2nd and 9 here for Session. Sends a man in motion. He's back to pass. Lets it go deep down the middle of the field. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver, Jalen Petrita. Could not bring it in. Pretty good ball there by Session.
Yeah, he's been throwing some good passes. Ryan Saxton's going to be the one in on coverage there that helps break it up, as well as Dylan Kaufman. A little bit of trying to redeem himself from breaking up his own pass. I almost wonder, going back to that play, did he realize that was his guy? Because it almost looked more like he was just going to break the pass up than, if you see some movement behind you, you think that's going to be the receiver. I'd be curious if he actually thought he was breaking that pass up.
Hard to tell. Here's Session on 3rd down. He's going to launch it deep down the field. Going up for it, knocked away. Really good play there by the SAGU secondary. And again, these are backups playing at this point.
And with the starting wide receivers, running stride for stride.
Really good play. And number 20, Darrell Crowder.
And Crowder was asking for a flag. He said, I was interfered with.
I want that 6th interception. They want it.
Man, you have, especially because you're the backups. You've seen the starters do it. You want to go out and get that highlight reel.
4th and 10 on the way here for the Aggies. From the 40-yard line, I think this going for it here on 4th down, completely justifiable here.
Oh, yeah.
Really no reason not to. Back to pass Session. He steps up. He meets a man. That's Crown over. He spins away from the sack. He's going to keep going backfield. He's floating. He's going the wrong direction. He's going to get brought down. SAGU. Oh, he stays on his feet. Finally, SAGU brings him down. That play just started going all the wrong direction, and SAGU forces a turnover on downs with a huge loss of yardage.
That was some Bob Greasy Super Bowl VI action there, just keeping the play alive. Give him credit for keeping it alive, but my goodness. And still stayed on his feet here. Yeah, who would have ever thought when that play began that it was going to be Joel Reiser who comes in and gets the sack? He was 20 yards away from it at one point, I think, and just kept retreating. That is going to go in the books as about a 16-yard sack, I believe. Set SAGU's offense up inside OPSU territory, as the relentless waves upon waves of this defense, they can just get you no matter what. And we're watching second stringers.
Absolutely. They're just getting after the quarterback. Handed off here on 1st down. Goes nowhere, no gain there on 1st.
Right up the gut and into the game now. Running it for the Lions is, I believe, Yacoris Porter.
Caleb Walt still in at quarterback here for SAGU.
Yeah, it is Porter lined up to the left side there, so.
Keaton Dudek looks like his day is done as well, rightfully so. Had a really good day to Dudek. It took a while to get going, but once he did, he looked really good. Welch back to pass, looking for his man. Incomplete, and the intended receiver that time, Zach Fuller, the tight end.
And this is a good game for Dudek that is, it's less about who he is as an athlete. I mean, I say that with one of the most athletic, phenomenal runs we've seen from him, which probably the most. And we've seen some insane stuff from him. It's about who he is as a competitor, because today was not easy. This was not like we saw last year where there were times where he was always seeing holes and just gashing you left and right. This was a game where every single yard came tough, and he got thrown for losses left and right, and he just kept walking back out onto that field, and he finally made it happen on a couple big plays.
Welch lets it go, facing immediate pressure, and he lets it go, falls incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down and 10.
If I'm a scout, you know, looking at these various leagues around, if I'm looking at the small schools trying to staff up a USFL or an XFL or an IFL, I see a guy like that, and this is honestly more indicative of a true competitor than his 220-yard games, when it's just tough sledding the whole day and he never gets up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never gives up and makes it happen with some of the biggest plays of the game. That run at the end of the half, and then that huge catch and run. He was 4 yards short of the line of scrimmage and kept fighting to get that first down for what ended up being essentially the put-away touchdown when they went up 34-6 in the third quarter.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Delay of game incoming here from the move it back here 5 yards for Ryan Lewis.
And that's probably an intentional delay of game. Give him
there was a late substitution. They couldn't quite get set.
It doesn't, in this situation, though, I don't know that a little bit of room for Lewis isn't the best option. Moving back to the 50.
Get yourself another nice little punt inside the 20 here for Ryan Lewis, for the freshman.
He hasn't had many of those opportunities because they haven't been punting from good field position. So when he's going to get hit.
He gets it off. He does get hit. Flags come out. The ball will nestle.
Get inside
right
the 20.
at the 20, at the 18-yard line. We'll see what this penalty is if it stands, but
it
another punt inside the 20 for Lewis.
Looked like running to me, so they'll probably just decline it. SAGU won't make any moves back towards the field, so I am expecting a declined running into the kicker penalty.
They're looking to the...
Oh, actually asking OPSU what they want to do.
Sideline.
Running into the kicker.
There it is.
Defense, number 45. That penalty's declined. 1st down.
Not sure why they were asking the Aggies sideline what they wanted to do. Maybe they were just informing them that they wouldn't be kicking.
Yeah, maybe.
So 5 minutes gone here in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, another punt inside the 20 for Ryan Lewis.
Just keep stacking those stats.
Absolutely. So SAGU's defense comes back out onto the field. Under 10 minutes to play here in the 4th quarter.
The biggest thing for Lewis today is his one bad play will not affect his punting statistics.
At all. Just the rushing.
It'll mark that he's had one rush for negative 14 yards.
As a punter, I think that at the end of the year, you see one rush for negative 30 yards. People are going to ask, what happened there? But, hey, it is what it is. The low snap, he had to try to go down and get it, and it didn't really hurt your defense at all.
Well, it was the only score of the game for the Aggies.
The one score came off that play. Your defense has played phenomenal outside that.
Any drive that has started on OPSU's side of the field has been DOA. The only drive they had started with just the most excellent field position and one big play on 3rd down.
Dontrell Session remains in the game here for the Aggies. After the punt was down at the 18-yard line off the foot of Ryan Lewis. Here's Session. Back to pass. He lets it go. It's a screen, and it's just blown up. My goodness, what a hit by Josiah Johnson. Immediately knocks the running back. Wow, look at this play.
You got to watch out when these backups come into play. It's almost scarier in a lopsided game. The starters are in there. They're maybe a little bit worn out. Oh, I've already had my plays today. These backups come in. They say, I need to start establishing why I deserve a starting role next year. I need to go get some hits.
Here's Sessions. Swings it out into the flat. Has his man, makes a man miss. He's brought down. Another big hit. These backups here, they are hitting Isaiah Moore, the D tackle downfield. And an Aggies player injured on the field. And you don't want to see that late in a game like this.
A hard hit, and he is staying down. It was the player who had the ball who got hit hard.
We got another trivia question here. So that 2015 SAGU team who had 5 picks in that game against Wayland Baptist, as we have a look here at Texas College. Oh, wow. Texas College.
Wow.
Coming back to take a lead against Lyon. They were down, I think, 34-16.
Wow.
I was reading the trivia question. I'm shocked by the scoreboard. Anyway, the 2015 SAGU Lions Holland, how many interceptions has set the school record in 2015? Again, aided by that 5 interception game for the entire season. What are you saying, Tim? What do you think?
I'm trying to think here. Obviously,
I'm going to go 13.
I think I remember that record being set and going, that wasn't super high. Like, it wasn't like they were averaging 2 a game or anything. Aided by 5. Yeah, I'm probably right. You're probably right around that area of 13 or 14 picks. As we see, obviously, Texas Wesleyan has put it away.
You know what? They had some ball hawks on those teams. They had some ball hawks. Shaquem Taylor, Carl Morgan.
Oh, I forgot Shaquem Taylor. Yeah.
They had Deontay even in the midfield, free safety position, playing center field. I'm going to stick with 13, but I would not be shocked that it's significantly higher. I would not be shocked. They had some guys who made plays on the ball. It made almost to a fault, maybe. Double moves used to kill our secondary. But, I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than 13.
I'm probably, it's hard for me to pick. I guess got to pick a different number. You know what? I'll just say it was higher. I'm going to go 17.
17
is this
for
price?
Tim?
Is this price of right rules? Is it or can I bid $1?
You go 14.
Go 130. Whoa! Okay, we were way off. My goodness.
5 players with 3+ interceptions in that season.
Wow.
Shaquem had 5. Shaquem Taylor had 5, and Deontay Morrison had 5. We're being told. I'm not surprised, but 30 was way more than I had thought.
Much more. That's borderline unbreakable almost. With just a 10-game season on average, maybe 11, averaging 3 picks a game.
Wow.
Meanwhile, looks like Texas College was going for 2. They get the 2-point conversion, have a 4-point lead. I'm going to have to go back and look at the play-by-play of this one, see how this unfolded. Because, we had said a moment ago, Lyon has pulled away. Texas College unlikely to get their first win in the last few seasons. What a stunning rally from the Steers.
Looking for their first win since 2019 against Wayland Baptist. First win overall today against Wayland Baptist. Looking real good for the Steers. I mean, got to be happy, got to be thrilled with that performance today. Louisiana Christian finally opened up against Wayland Baptist, 37-17. Texas Wesleyan, again, on that insane fake field goal attempt, 46-21.
That about put it away right there.
It sure did. It looked for a second that Langston was going to come back, but now down 25, 7:44 left to play. Probably unlikely that Langston walks out of Fort Worth with a win. And then we're looking at some of those games we talked about across the nation today in the NAIA. Finishing up, Marion 37-10 over St. Francis. Bethel versus Campbellsville 39-31. Bethel, Kansas, not the Bethel in Tennessee, loses to Avila 28-14.
So that throws things into chaos there. Number 9 losing. Meanwhile, Ed Wilder is up and walking with just a little bit of assistance. Huge sigh of relief. We've been sitting here watching as he was down on the field for a good 5 or 6 minutes, surrounded by the medical trainers on both sides. So a huge relief to see him walking under his own power off the field, with just a little bit of help, not needing a ton of help off the field. But definitely some tense moments there, so good to see that he is making it over to the sideline. 3rd and 6 coming up for the Aggies.
Still in quarterback is non-trail Session. 3rd and 6, 9:12 left to play. Back to pass is Session. Throws it off his back foot, a floater down the middle of the field. He's got his man, and it's a foot race. He's going to go all the way. Pitch and catch to Quincy Jones. Takes it for a touchdown. And just like that, after the injury timeout, non-trail Session lays it up off his back foot, and the Aggies look to make this one a 41-13 ball game, as it looks like they'll bring out the kicking unit.
Just completely catch the Lions off guard. Yet again, another blown coverage where the nearest guy was defensive lineman Carlos Charleston. That is not what you wanted from your secondary if the nearest pursuant was your defensive lineman. They will keep the offense on the field. They're going to go for 2 here.
Yep, they will go for 2, try to make 41-14.
So yeah, a quick strike, blown coverage will give the Aggies their first points of the half, their first point since the first quarter of this ball game. Interrupt a very long streak of prolonged SAGU success. Incomplete
pass will fail. The 2-point conversion, no good. Keeps it at a 41-12 ball game.
There is a flag. We'll wait and see what the call is.
Here. It could be
illegal formation. 5 in the backfield on the offense. Penalties decline. Try is no good.
2-point conversion attempt stands as no good. The illegal formation penalty being declined by SAGU. So SAGU will come back out. Wait to see what they do here for the kickoff. If they go onside, if they decide to just kick it deep, we'll see here. I haven't really seen it much today from the Aggies.
Here are your key Lions players for the game. Briley Green, unlikely to come back in. 233 yards, 2 touchdowns, but that doesn't like you need to put an asterisk on those yards for how important each of those yards were, how crucial they were. Paul Odidi, 119 yards receiving, including that big 63-yard touchdown catch to start the game off. Carter Lincoln, 4 tackles, 3 of them solo, 2 picks, one of those a pick 6.
Anytime you can get your quarterback above that 60% completion percentage, 65%, you're going to be happy with it. So just a 69% completion percentage for Briley Green, a nice afternoon for Green.
It was north of 75% for good portions of the game before a couple late incompletions drops it down there. Like I said, just a spectacular. SAGU is lined up, ready for the onside. Hans team is in there.
And they do end up kicking it deep. They'll just let that go. Goes into the end zone. Therefore, that's dangerous. You let it go. You're hoping that it bounces the right way. It'll be a touchback.
If that had skipped up at the 3, that would have, I'm not going to say it would have got the Aggies back in this game, but it at least would have set them up with a
little more interesting.
Way about as good a field position as you can ask for. Didn't show it there, but of course, Keaton Dudek did go over 100 yards rushing for the day, had a couple of big catches his way. And so it's been another hammer at the door until it falls down game for Keaton Dudek.
Caleb Welch remains in the game here for SAGU. Again, Briley Green getting to pack up his things, about 2 minutes left in the third quarter. So Welch here with 3 out wide to the right and 1 to the left. Back to pass is Welch. He swings it out to the flat. His man's hit immediately. He completed it to Gavin Bybee. And there's really nothing doing there. He's going to lose about 4.
Still no success on these screens, both the bubble screens and just the standard out of the backfield screens. They have not been able to find success against this OPSU defense. These DBs have crashed on those repeatedly. I don't think we've seen any of them go for more than maybe 3 yards. I would guess that they've actually lost yardage on the game running that particular pass pattern. The success has been over the middle, and then a couple of long jump balls to the deep sideline.
Well, it's play action. Lets it go into the flat. It's tipped, but brought in. Bobbled, but brought in. That play, that's wild. It was tipped at the line, but Zach Fuller able to go up and get it and bring it in and get about 8 yards off that play.
Get yards after the catch is, first of all, has to save it from being intercepted. Then picks up another, call it 4 yards after the catch after he picked it up, bringing up 3rd and 6. Nice little play from your backup tight end. We've seen Fuller in a number of times this year, actually, so one of the few guys who gets regular playing time who is out there at the moment.
3rd and 6 incoming here for Welch in this Lions offense. 3 out wide to the left, 1 to the right. Bybee in the backfield. He's going to swing it out to him. He's hit immediately. And look, he was wrapped up before the ball was even there.
I mean, he's... was the ball tipped?
They got to look at...
Ball might have been tipped.
He is being tackled before the ball was even... He was being tackled as he was releasing the ball.
You will sometimes get away with that. We'll see it again here.
Watch this.
Does the ball get tipped?
Not at all.
Nope, not at all. Yeah,
my goodness.
You'll get away with that sometimes if the running back is coming up the field because you can justify and say, I thought he was coming to block me, so I chipped him. That's not a chip or anything. That is wrapping a guy up who is the intended receiver.
About as clear pass interference as it gets.
There have not, for all the penalties we've had in this game, we've seen a lot of hand fighting and a lot of play on the line. I don't think we have had a holding call.
And it's getting chippy here. We're going to get a flag after the play here. We'll see who this ends up being on. The separation is happening. The Aggies are trying to separate their players here, so you have to imagine this might go against OPSU.
We've seen a lot of pre-snap and post-snap penalties, but just a couple of pass interference, a defensive holding, but we have not seen these offensive lines called for holding at all today. I don't recall a holding penalty.
No, not one single holding call so far today.
Which, considering how often these teams are penalized, is pretty crazy. So the refs have let them. You wouldn't think so looking at the flags, but we've seen a lot of stuff go uncalled today. They've let them play. And you'll definitely see them let them play a lot more, too, in a game which is separated by 29 points with 7:17 remaining. Discussion here. A lot of times you see these become offsetting unsportsmanlike, so we'll see.
Personal foul, face mask, number 10 of the return team. 15-yard penalty, be first down.
So that happened during the play for the Aggies. The flag came out late. I'm not sure what. I didn't see the face mask during the play. It looked like it came out after the play was over. That'll move him back 15 yards. And that is where Dontrell Session will take over from the 24-yard line.
Last drive, huge touchdown pass to break what had been a 24-point SAGU run. Get back on the scoreboard. Now they'll just try to, again, improve that scoreboard a little bit. The 4-game win streak about to come to a close for the Aggies. Still 7 whole minutes left to play, but this one has not been in doubt for about a quarter now.
Session facing pressure, spins away, gets away from 2 men. Keeps going. His lineman is holding it up, and he's going to stay on his feet. Pumps, lets it go, and it's completed. That's an unreal play. Oh, my goodness, a first down and then some. You will not see a quarterback stay alive longer than that. Willie McCline takes the pass and gets the yardage. That is unbelievable.
This is why you keep watching a football game. Even when his lineman's just carrying him, this is why you keep watching. You never know what's going to happen. That is a two-handed push pass down the field. We have seen some pure escape artistry from Session in this game. The last time he did it, it resulted in a 16-yard sack. That time, he kept it alive and somehow resulted in a big first down to the 41-yard line.
Session, back to pass, steps up. Lets it go across the middle. Passes, man, that's enough for his first. He's a fumble. The ball's alive. That'll be the 6th turnover of the afternoon for the Lions. 5 interceptions, 1 fumble, 1 forced fumble. So SAGU's offense will come back out after the turnover.
Hits him on a nice crossing route, again stepping up in the pocket. You're going to see step, Oh, I'm not 100% sure. The ball is knocked loose. Forcing the fumble is Ryan Saxton. He definitely got 2 feet down. Couldn't tell if he had secured it all the way for sure, but the referees are going to say he had secured possession. Fumble is recovered at the 46-yard line, and call it an even half dozen takeaways for the SAGU defense.
1st and 10 from the 46 here for Caleb Welch and the SAGU offense after the turnover. 4 wide. The Aggies show blitz. They bring blitz. They're going to hand it off. Nothing new in there for SAGU. And no gain here on 1st down. That time to carry by Yacoris Porter.
Yeah, and the areas to improve are still quite apparent, and it is on that offensive line. The running game only existed today because of the freak athleticism of Keaton Dudek. Not a whole lot of push, no holes. Still got to get better there. Briley Green had to deliver some unbelievable strikes under pressure, so still some improvement to be made there.
The Aggies bring pressure on that backside. Porter outruns the pressure, spins off the tackle, falls forward. A good run there on 2nd down when the Aggies bring the heat. Porter does a good job of getting enough for the 1st down.
Hustling to that corner. And another injury timeout.
For an injury.
Aggie down on the SAGU sideline.
Can't get a read on who it is from up here.
Yeah, can't tell who it is from this vantage point.
Looks like 25 potentially. Daquan Charles potentially. Hard to get a read on it.
Everything kind of crashed together around the sideline as the entire play was stretched over there. 5:22 remaining. SAGU just looking to keep this game on the ground, keep the clock run out. And neither of us know the future. You know, despite what our perfect predictions might be this year. No. But we were talking a minute ago about that 2015 game. 5 interceptions.
Right.
We talked about that being such a foundation season. 2016 all of a sudden blew the roof off this place. Going into Victory Bowl, and then a couple years later being on the verge of the NAIA playoffs. That was such a building year. First year head coach Greg Ellis coming in, putting together this squad. We talked about it a lot off the air pregame. This was such a crucial identity game. You lose 35-0 on the road, in which nothing good went your way. There was nothing to hang your hat on. There was no ifs, and or buts about it. There was no, if only 1 or 2 things had gone our way. You got crushed.
Yep.
And it would have been so easy to come home against a hot team with 4 straight wins and just not be ready for it. They were more than ready for it. And in a year, as this play will unfold,
they bring pressure, but a good completion on the outside. Welch put it on the line for Troy Edwards. 1st down, the Lions.
And in a year where you're fighting for wins, you're fighting to get above 500 for the season, but there's no playoffs, there's no conference title, probably not even a Victory Bowl in your future, no matter what you do. To come back and put on this display across all 3 phases. A year or 2 from now, when we're talking about much bigger wins and much bigger accomplishments, we may look back to this week and say this was the week that Coach Ellis got his team ready after a tough loss. This is the week.
Welch gets hit on the release. He gets hit hard. He took a shot and then threw it downfield for Justin Campbell. This is
the week that Briley Green, after a ton of struggles and his worst game of the year, came out and showed out. We may look back at this weekend as this was an establishment game of who this team is. And if there's bigger and brighter things ahead, don't forget this Saturday when the SAGU Lions blew out the OPSU Aggies at home. coming off of two totally different stories coming into this game.
The Aggies bring pressure again. Nothing doing there. Helmets flying on the field. Brought down. A flag comes out. At the bottom of your screen, Justin Campbell in a blocking battle with the defensive back Joshua Stullivan.
The roar from the SAGU sideline, screaming for that call. You don't usually hear the sideline get that much louder than the fans, but I heard the roar. It was all the SAGU sideline.
It looked like a pancake to me at the bottom of the screen. I'm curious as to what the call is here. If my gut is telling me what it is, I'm not going to be happy with it. But we'll see. We'll see.
SAGU's offense is trying to line up and run a play. I don't think they realize the referees are conferring still. The teams are lined up ready to play. The referees.
Holding. Offense, number 84. 10-yard penalty. Second down.
So after all that, helmets on the ground, offensive line losing it, pancake players everywhere.
We can get a look at that. I'm not sure that's a hold. This looks like Justin Campbell dominated man across from him. I massively disagree with that call. No, I'm not sure about that. Just because you hit a guy hard driving to the ground doesn't mean it's a hold.
Anyway, I was watching the middle of the field where a helmet came off and assumed that in a man-on-man locked-up situation that had to be illegal hands to the face or a face mask on the Aggies.
2nd and 20. Welch back to pass. Lets it go. Justin Campbell across the middle. Behind him. Cannot bring it in. Would have been enough for the first down, but just behind his receiver.
Trying to deliver that strike. Welch has looked solid. That's a well-thrown pass. Maybe just a little bit behind his receiver, but one he needs to haul in to make it a makeable third down. Instead, it'll be third and very long. A situation the Lions found themselves in a lot today and escaped from it on key situations. Confusion on the line.
3rd and 20. Here for Welch. Empty backfield, 5 wide. The Aggies bring pressure. He lets it go into the flat. Incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down, and the punting unit will come onto the field here for the Lions. Ryan Lewis looking to maybe get one more of those punts down inside the 20 here. He's in good position to do so.
Everybody's padding their stats today.
I love it. I love it. It's the type of game you do those things. Under 4 minutes left to play here in Waxahachie in the 4th quarter. Punting unit on here for SAGU and the Lions. And they finally get the right personnel on the field.
This is about to be a delay of game on the Lions. Yeah, they're not going to be able to get this off. Oh, they're going to let him.
They let him. And Ryan Lewis ends up getting the punt off. He wasn't ready for it. Let it bounce, see what happens here. Interesting, it's going to be down at the 30-yard line. It looked like it was going to be a delay game, but I think the officials are just going to let it ride.
I think that might have one situation said, you know what, we were all a little confused on this one. We don't feel like throwing another flag with less than 4 minutes to play in a 41-12 game. We're gonna let that one slide.
Their arms are tired. That's what it is.
They have thrown a lot of flags, and as we said, most of them procedural penalties, false starts, delay of games, and illegal formations.
These officials out here looking like a starting pitcher knocking the Braves out of the playoffs.
Oh, you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. After producer Lex goes and hunts a 2015 highlight down for us, you got to go and do that to him.
First down, they hand it off here and hit immediately. Spins off the tackle. He's going to get brought down by another host of Lions. Loss of 2, maybe 1 on the play, make it 2nd and 11.
The only blemishes on an otherwise sterling day for the SAGU defense are 2 unbelievable blown coverages, and those are the ones you used to have to go watch the all-22 footage and scratch your head and say, all right, who missed it? Both touchdowns were pitches and catches without a single DB near them.
One came against the backups, to be fair. The other one came against the starters. That's the one you got to be a little bit more concerned about. Yeah. But overall, Coach Hudgens has
I don't know if it's concerned. When you look at a game in which 2 plays went against you, essentially, all the other plays that were even positive were 5-6 yard gains. You have 6 turnovers. There's still 2:51 to play. You had 6 turnovers. You scored a touchdown yourself. Your special teams scored a touchdown. And if it weren't for 2 very uncharacteristic, head-scratching, blown coverages, you'd be pitching a shutout.
Absolutely.
There has been no sustained drive from the Aggies in this game. No game in which they marched on you.
3rd and 11 here for Session in the Aggies offense. 2:51 left to play. Sends a man in motion. He's back to pass. Steps up. Look to make something happen. He's floating back. Keeps floating back. He runs out to his right. Lets it go across the middle of the field. It's brought in. A big hit, but that's going to be a first down for the Aggies. Buying time and converting on 3rd down. Dontrell Session.
He has had some spectacular plays here since he has come in relief. Throwing off his back foot, just stays alive.
That is a dart to Catino Ray.
You wonder how the game might have looked if he had gotten a little bit earlier, as he has put together some things. Of course, he's going against the backups. That helps you a little bit.
Bobbled snap. He's back to pass his Session. He's going to take a shot deep down the field. He's got a man wide open at the 10. Brings it in. 5, touchdown. The Aggies put up another score on blown coverage. A long pitch and catch from the 42. Good for a long touchdown. The Aggies, all of a sudden here, they might go for 2 again here to make it 41-20. Make it look a little bit better, the final score. But a 58-yard touchdown pitch and catch.
And SAGU was asking for a face mask, it looked like, on that play. They said he might have had his face mask grabbed as they went back. But the Aggies have found their way onto the scoreboard twice here in this 4th quarter, both on, as I said, very long touchdown passes. They will go for 2. They have yet to convert on a point after in this game. The first one was a botched snap. They got stopped. SAGU trying to get, they're not going to get this guy in. That's going to be offsides because the guy was 11 yards behind the line of scrimmage trying to come in.
He ends up getting involved in the tackle as well. We did not quit on a play. They're going to get another crack at the 2-point conversion here, this time from the, I'm going to call it 2-yard line probably.
Line it all back up.
Defense number 15. Half the distance to the goal. Retry.
The sad thing is, if he had just stayed on the sideline, the 10 guys did the job. They locked him up without a problem.
Absolutely they did. So they'll snap it from the 2 to try to make it 41-20. He keeps it. Session lobs it to the back of the end zone. Incomplete. Over the head of his intended receiver that time. It was Jesus Rodriguez, the tight end. Cannot bring it in. So it will remain 41-18. 2 long touchdown passes here in the 4th quarter for the Aggies. They made this one a lot closer than the entirety of the game would look.
Yeah, it 41-6 late in the 3rd quarter after that blocked punt, scoop, and score. This is, just been a little bit of scoreboard work from the Aggies to, get back in there. But hey, the SAGU stopping these 2-point conversions keeps it from looking too much closer. 41-18 still tells the story. Here are your finals. My goodness, it happened.
Did they do it? They did it.
They did it. The Texas College Steers were down 34-16 entering the 4th quarter. They come away with their first win since 2019. Congratulations, Texas College. I don't think we saw that happening. Their first win coming on a massive rally like that. Burying the lead here, of course, Texas Wesleyan blows out Langston.
The onside kick here. And it is bobbled around, and there's a scrum. Do the Aggies have it? They do. Don't look away, folks. OPSU with life with 1:54 left to play, down 41-18.
Life is a relative term in this situation. What it really means is this is not going to be a quick 1:54 left in the game. I think we were all kind of looking forward to these 3 kneel downs, and we don't get to see those now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, going back to Texas College here. Their last win came against SAGU.
I won't correct you, but I will not go any further than that. Yes,
so
it did.
SAGU now no longer has to hold on to that. Texas College's last win was against us. Now it's against Wayland Baptist.
Oh, Lion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lion. Yes.
That is true. That is true. It gets that off of SAGU's plate. And they will be hosting Texas College here.
Our next football broadcast.
Our next football broadcast, not 2
weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks away. They have 2 weeks on the road. After this is another big play downfield.
That is a really good throw down the field, and a little bit of a scrum here after the play on the Lions sideline, but a really good pitch and catch there. Completion, that one brought in by Jamal Sane.
So that game takes on a slightly different tenor now. The Steers will come in with a win.
Yeah, absolutely.
We had both picked against them, and when we saw 34-16, we went, well, that's all over. Lion has pulled away. Just shows you can't sleep on any team any given weekend in this conference. You can't sleep on any team no matter what the score is, it seems.
Session back to pass, incomplete, looking across the middle, and a flag comes in late. This is going to be roughing the passer against SAGU.
Oh, yeah. Just two guys come in and hit them late.
Personal foul, roughing the passer. Defense, number 55. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That'll move the ball 15 yards downfield despite the incomplete pass. So now inside the red zone are the Aggies, threatening to score here again. 1:19 left to play.
Doing some math in my head. I think they'll have to recover 3 more onside kicks.
Session back to pass. He's brought down that time. Quavion Mitchell brings him down, loses about 8 yards on the sack. Well, it's 2nd and 18. Second and, mark it 16, so they moved it up a little bit. 6 yards lost on the sack. 2nd and 16. Clock continues to run. 45 seconds left to go in this one. The Aggies, Session, back to pass. He steps up, lets it go deep down the middle of the field. Had a man wide open and skipped it to him. That would have been a walk-in touchdown. Another walk-in touchdown.
Would have been if that had been put on the money, that would have been the 4th walk-in touchdown of the game for the Aggies. Couldn't deliver it though. SAGU's secondary will have some stuff to look at. You don't want to see that become common, even with your backups. Your backups are your future in a lot of situations. You have to bring them in in different situations throughout the game. You need to clean that up. For a game that has been in the bag for a solid hour and 15 minutes real time, there'll still be a lot of things to clean up in this one. Nice bat down.
Nice breakup back in the secondary. Number 38 for SAGU. That was Jay Mosley in coverage with the PBU. Brings up 4th down and 18 for the Aggies. 28 seconds left to go in the 4th quarter. No conversion here would be their last play of the afternoon. As you'd imagine, SAGU would come out, kneel one time, and gather at the 50-yard line. So we'll see what they decide to do here. Session, 4th and 18. Sends a man in motion. He is back to pass. Facing pressure. He's going to go down. They drop him again. That'll be a turnover on downs and effectively end this game with 21 seconds left on the clock.
And that's
Big
Noah
number
Gibson.
55. Noah Gibson still in the ball game.
I hadn't spied him much lately, but in this game, I thought he was on the sideline. But he comes up and finishes the afternoon, fitting in to defensive dominance. 2 late touchdown passes notwithstanding. 6 turnovers, a touchdown scored. They ended on a sack. The key player stats have not changed in an hour. They have stayed right there. Riley Green, what a breakout day for him. Paulo Didi had some huge catches. Carter Lincoln, that pick 6. That set the tenor right there. From the very beginning of the game, you get the one big play, you go, okay, big plays happen all the time, who knows? You see plenty of games where a team scores right out the gate, but they end up losing in the long run. That pick 6 by Carter Lincoln all of a sudden turned this game into a very different conversation from the start. Caleb Welch will take the knee, and that will do it. The Lions win again at home. 0 rushing yards on the game for the Aggies.
Wow, that is incredible.
And all those passing yards, a lot of those came very late, the 337 passing yards. Penalties, a huge issue for both teams, but
got to look to get that cleaned up.
Yeah, for the Lions especially, some of those penalties would have really hurt you a lot more in a closer ball game. Took away a scoring opportunity late in the first half. So the final yard edge is very minimal considering the final score. But SAGU made all those yards count early on.
A lot of yardage here in the fourth quarter for the Aggies. Really kind of inflated that final total yardage number, as well as the amount of sacks they took, probably negatively impacting that rushing yards number as well, depending on how you do the calculation. But all in all, 41-18 final score here in Waxahachie from Lumpkin Stadium. Really an all-around dominant day from all three sides, all three phases of the ball here for the Lions. Offense scoring, defense scoring with a pick six, special teams with a blocked punt for a touchdown. Really just all around a good game. Got a little hairy there from the backups in the fourth quarter, but at that point you're just playing for experience for the younger guys, getting them in there, getting a little bit of a real game time instead of practice. All in all, this one was handled from really that interception, that pick six. From that point on, you felt like this game was well in hand.
And especially after, obviously, that 3rd and 24 conversion changed things, but that 3-play sequence, which I'm going to go back and watch a couple of times this week, that was spectacular. The 3rd and 10 absolute rising dart by Briley Green to convert deep in his own end. The ankle-breaking, highlight reel, Madden run from Keaton Dudick, and then another free play, jump ball, aggressive touchdown to Johnson. Those 3 plays, bang, bang, bang. At that point, 27-6. I think we knew this game was over. Because at that point, I think we all knew SAGU's defense isn't giving up 21 points.
Right.
That's how good they are. That's what a 21-point lead. One last look around the Sooner. We've seen this finals before, but we'll see him again. Big win from Texas Wesleyan to move to the top of the heap for the moment. And they're actually technically behind Ottawa, Arizona because of that loss.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Langston is hung with their first loss of the game. Texas College on the board.
Not at the bottom of the cellar anymore are the Steers.
They have, after they lost to Arkansas Baptist, I think most of us had written them off this year. But they have come back with their first win. Meanwhile, Louisiana Christian right in there. SAGU moves to 3-3 on the season.
3-3 with 3 winnable games coming up against Wayland, Texas College, and Lyon.
The odds get in your favor now of finishing above 500 for the season. You're 2-3 in conference. You're 3-1 at home. You have held serve repeatedly at home. Your only loss at home was to Arizona Christian in a thrilling game that came down to the final minute. You lost by 8. So we have some clarity, though, in the conference. Here's
the schedule. Yep, Lyon, Wayland, and Texas College.
So you feel good about that next week game. Obviously, you don't want to avoid a trap game. Wayland's always a tough trip, but you like that. Then we come home for 2 November. Fingers crossed it's not 92 degrees on November 5th, Adam.
We live in Texas. It's going to be 95 degrees.
Hopefully the view will have some orange leaves in it by
Oh, man.
52 degrees, sipping on some apple cider while we're watching the game.
Realistically, let's look at the outlook here.
Yeah.
You got to think that SAGU, if we're in Vegas, has got to be the favorites to win these next 3 games against Lyon, Wayland, and Texas. That puts them middle of the pack here in the Student Athletic Conference. Langston took a big step back today with the Texas Wesleyan loss, but it's always that Langston game that happens at the end of the season every year has turned into a little bit of a rivalry here in the Sooner Athletic Conference. SAGU could realistically be looking at 5-3 in the conference.
6-3 overall.
6-3 overall. Looking at Langston, I wouldn't say they're out of it yet. There's weird things can happen.
SAGU could be 5-3 in conference at that point. Langston might also be 5-3 in conference at that point. They still have to play Ottawa, Arizona, and Arizona Christian. These teams could look very equal. And need I point out, SAGU has won the last 2 games against the Langston Lions. So still a lot of football to play between then and now. But if SAGU takes care of business these next 3 weeks against opponents at the bottom half there, Wayland, Texas College, and Lyon, literally the 3 bottom teams, boy, that last game, the stakes won't be for conference championships. It'll be for defining your season.
We're going to go live to Jazz Williams, who's with player of the game, Carter Lincoln. Jazz, down to you.
Lincoln, Carter, you had an outstanding game today, starting early in the first quarter with a pick 6. Tell us about that moment. What was going through your head during that play?
Man, I was playing my keys, playing number 2, and then I broke on it, looked back for the ball. It was just there, so I just took it. Went to the house. I was actually surprised, but hey, I didn't think it was going to be there.
You had 2 of the team's 5 interceptions. Tell us about this defensive unit and how they stepped up in this game.
Coach Ellis was just preaching, just playing, being disciplined and playing our role. And so just play your role and everything else will take care of itself.
What's it going to take to get a road win against Lyon next week?
It's going to take mainly the same stuff we did this week and just fix the things that we screwed up on this week and just, be better, be more disciplined.
Thanks, Carter, and congratulations. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Carter. Final score from Waxahachie today, the Lions 41, the Oklahoma Panhandle State Aggies 18. You can watch today's game along with hundreds of other on-demand anytime on the SAGU Sports Network YouTube channel. Be sure to like this video, hit the subscribe button. Our upcoming broadcasts, Friday, October 21st, 7 p.m., USAO, the Lady Lions volleyball. Look to keep the streak going. And then the next day, afternoon game, the 22nd, MAC-U, always a tough matchup here, one of the long-standing rivalries in the Sooner Athletic Conference. And then our next football broadcast, Saturday, November 5th, 2 p.m., Texas College, who, again, picked up their first win today since 2019, coming to town. We'll get that kickoff show or pregame show at 1:30, kickoff for 2 o'clock. For game notes, news, highlights, and more, follow the SAGU Sports Network on Twitter and Facebook. Again, final score 41 for the SAGU Lions, 18 for Oklahoma Panhandle State and the Aggies. 90% of our crew here at the SAGU Sports Network is made up of college students involved in the communications and digital media arts program here at SAGU who sacrifice their Saturdays and their weekdays. Any time that we have a broadcast, they are here shooting it for you. So a big shout out, big thank you to those students who make these broadcasts happen behind the scenes. I'm Adam Ferguson, joined by my partner Tim Roberts, and on behalf of our sideline reporter Jazz Williams and our entire crew, so long from Waxahachie, Texas, and thank you for watching the SAGU Sports Network.
Artem, can you install it and unplug my SDI cable? Thank you.
Handle with the.
To you brought me here, a place where I could find myself in you. I won't back down, freedom is what I choose. No more fear, cause I have found my happiness in you.